I gotta in the stream. Exanima. I don't know, this will be done. After bed. There we go. Sorry, my throat's killing me. I thought I'd do like a short stream before my tiki. Alright, let's actually start where we left off. Well, not left off yesterday, but left off last time I was actually playing the story. I believe we're on floor 2. And that means I really don't know where I am. Like the entirety of the second floor. I do not understand it. It's a bit. I feel like it's a bit of a maze from what I remember. Oh, we have Darren. That's your name, right? Let's show your name in this. He is a polearm and a buckler, which, from what I remember, he occasionally trying to get out. Why are we going further in? So I've checked the top floor for a way out. I'm pretty sure the only way to get back out is like to climb on the ceiling, basically. Like because we dropped down from a hole. At least that's what it seems like because there's light coming in from on high. So there's not really a way out. So I don't think we have a choice. There's nowhere else to go. What? What? Okay, there's a weird bug that popped up, and now I couldn't finish the conversation. Wait, let me just remember how to control, because, well, I was doing the combat before, but now the exploration is a bit foggy in my memory. I'm pretty sure you can't open these barrels now. So this is open. I mean, obviously I just opened it, but this locked. Yeah, this is to the other side. I'm pretty sure the way down is. God, I just slapped him with my torch. I'm pretty sure the way down is just on the other side of that door. This is basically a shortcut. What? I already cleared out the top floor except for the enemies, but they don't give any experience. Well, nah, they're negligible. Like, you could certainly grind in this game to... Oh, yeah. Don't I have... 3 and now I... So C and then 3 corresponding to this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this would be 0. And basically you just press the button and it'll automatically cast it. And this is calm. This is sense mind. This is continuously sense mind, which takes away some of our maximum pool of mana, or whatever the game calls it. Focus or something. I can't remember. If I say that, I could probably like just open the manual, thaumaturgy. Yeah, focus. It's not called man, it's called focus, because, you know, game developers need their thing to be unique. But no, it's just... I mean, I could choose to name whatever it is, but still mana. It's still the blue bar. Which, you know, anyone who plays video games calls it the fucking mana bar. But yeah, I am very unfamiliar with the second floor, so bear with. I actually know the later floors better than I know this floor. Mainly because every time I get on this floor, I run past it. Like, I literally just, like, run down the hall, run into every corner. Basically, I just brute force my way down. which I obviously can't do because that was when I was more familiar with the combat, which I am not familiar enough with the combat in this game to well, right now to like rush. So I'm just gonna try to loot everything. I don't think Darren. Do I have a belt? Yes, I do. Darren probably already has one. And those pants are just normal pants, right? Yeah, those cloth trousers. Could pick up odds and sods, but it serves no purpose. Sorry, I'm just after eating breakfast and taking. Oh yeah, I was about to say, didn't I take something in here to eat? But my pills. So I'm suffering from a bit of heartburn. You gotta be very careful because sometimes you can trip up and you can get flung forward and potentially knock into an enemy or another character. And that might cause them to aggro on you who has just fallen. Yeah, level 2 is like the barracks, give or take. So you should, once you get down here, you should definitely check on every little thing. I believe this. Okay, let me see your equipment. Heavy Gambison. I believe. No, I'm just gonna do this for a bit because I. Well, no, I can just do it like this. Double clicking allows you to pop up the menu. So, the Heavy Gambison is very bad condition. So this. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! I have to help there. Okay. How you doing? Okay. How do I heal you? Yes, let's use it on him. And it heals slowly. It basically, I can't remember how it works, but I believe it slowly heals your red bar. How you doing? Okay, so he's not good, but he should be. After I use that on him, he should be restoring to full pretty soon. Or maybe full. I think it heals about 50%, and I have no idea what his HP is based on his response. But I don't want to risk it because he's very much power. He's very much a person. Is this? Aaron, I need to check your code. Is this a one-handed spear? Oh, okay. No, I don't. I think I think I'm actually enjoying this. Can I respond to that? Enjoying what? All this is exciting, exploring, even the danger. So you're no longer scared? I'm still feared, but I feel like maybe I'm not so weak. That's good, I guess, but keep your wits about you. You are weak, okay? Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. No. That's good, I guess, but keep your wits about you. I'll do that. Okay. And then it's just normal response. I really like how they added that in. Yeah, I think this short spear. Actually, yeah. I could upgrade it because I have a upgrade orb, but no, I don't know. I don't know what's best to be put on him, but I think a spear and shield. Well, as a self-proclaimed enjoyer of medieval combat, sword and shield, or not sword and shield, but spear and shield is kind of the go-to, especially in medieval times. it was basically like 9 times out of 10, you were either a dude with a ranged weapon, or you were a guy with a some sort of shield and some sort of pole arm, or some sort of two-handed pole arm. I believe this is better than this piece of code, and this can go on the floor as well. But yes, though the thing is that despite the fact that this full arm and shield in real life, this was commonly used, I still always prefer my my sword and board in real life, anyways. Well, not in real life. I don't do the whole reenactment thing. But like in video games, I like swords. I like all, well, not all swords. No, I think I would have given the vembraces and the gloves just because these are kind of like not good enough to replace both. I don't know how armor stacks in this game. Whether gloves and vembraces are better. There's a lot of figurines that they're pretty much useless. Is this better than what I'm wearing? Wait, can I wear this over what I'm wearing? Yes, I can. So I'm wearing like a padded cloth with a actual proper hat above it. Ooh. This compared to my ornate dagger. Well, this is longer though. So the length. Well, let's see. Let's see the model. Let's see. Let me just. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely longer, which the dagger has better stats, but it doesn't factor in the length. I don't think I need these in my inventory, but I'll keep them just to remind myself that I've picked it up in the first place. Oh yeah, this is. I like to collect the gemstones because, you know, I'm a loot bug, despite the fact that they don't serve a purpose. At least not yet. Once this game gets to like, well, not this game, because this game you're always gonna. I assume that you're always gonna be in the dungeon. But once the actual like main game comes out, like this is basically the tech demo, like a tech demo, like. Sorry, my throat. But essentially, to explain how this game is in like early access or whatever. Basically, this is sort of like the prologue, like standalone version of the main game they want to make. And some people are like, "Oh, it's the main game is vaporware." It's like, no, it's not. I wouldn't call it vaporware because, well, this is still getting developed. So like, okay, that's worse coverage. But essentially, like once this game's complete, they'll have the entire framework of the other game they're trying to make. Basically, they're trying to make a open world RPG. Well, this is a very linear RPG. Okay, if you stand close to a corpse, the enemies will be none too pleased with you. I'm actually going to calm him so I can more easily walk past. But beware, because you can end up, while they're calm, you can behave in a way that will piss them off once they're no longer calm. So you gotta be careful you don't stand too close when the calming effect wears off. But yeah, what's this? Like, I'm really interested in like the main version of this game because I assume you're gonna be able to sell. There's just gonna be a reason to pick up all this random shit. It's not just gonna be like, oh, you know, I'm role playing myself, taking a bunch of shit that isn't nailed down. Is this going on? Okay, this replaces my light leather cap, which is good. Sorry, my throat is it's currently filling with stomach acid as we speak. The reason I'm swallowing so much is because my throat feels well. My throat is very slimy from basically the defense mechanism your body has against acid refluxes to coat your throat in mucus. So that's currently why I continue to swallow every 5 seconds. And you might say, like, "Oh, why did you start streaming if you're not if you're not feeling 100%?" It's like, well, because if I waited for me to be 100%, I'm frequently not at 100%. Yeah, I'm very excited for the actual main version of this game. And this is sort of like even if this is all the game will ever be, is this one version of the game. Like, let's say they never make enough money to make the full second game in the series, which is basically what I consider it. This is the first game. This is the warband. This is the Mountain Blade to Mountain Blade Warband. If you know what I'm talking about, the game by Tail Worlds. I believe they're called Tail Worlds. Or is that parent company? I can't remember. But, like, nobody ever talks about the original Mountain Blade. But it... Oh. I'll keep these, Give me a second, I need to burp. Acid reflux is not fun. But I'll keep these greaves just in case I find shoes that are really good. But like, nobody ever talks about the first Mountain Blade game. They always talk about Warband, because the first game was basically the developers like starting at zero, and this game is there starting from 0 point. And then they'll be able to branch off of this game. This is the first game in a series. Yeah, whether the second game of the series comes about is mainly determined based on the first game. First game is, played, and they're like, you can make a second game. All right, let's see how Darren's doing, because these hats might be worth putting on him. Yeah, all he was wearing was a leather hat. I'm actually gonna take out the helmet just so I can see his cap underneath. All right, the one that he's wearing is the best. So these will just get thrown to the ground between us. But yeah. But I'm super excited. Okay, this helmet's getting I don't think that's better than what I gave to Aaron. This helmet is very good. It will protect my head. Doesn't protect my face at all. Which is a bit scary. I mean, that's the thing about armor. And yes, I'm segueing into segues, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles. But ooh, this is a better shield for Darren. This belt, anything to write home about? Not really. But the thing about it is that whenever you wear armor, if you ever got into a fight and you were wearing metal across your entire body, but you had your face exposed, people would stab you in the face. Like, that is the only part of your body that is sticking out to be hit. Is your face. All right, these are worse, so I'll wear them. Well, I'll wear the better version. How's your pants doing? Is he just wearing? He's just wearing regular trousers. There we go. But yeah, I collect all these pouches because they expand your inventory. They're good for like collecting shit. At the dagger, I'll put the dagger. Well, honestly, okay, so it won't fit. Because these are very small pouches, but I could put in, say, the. Okay, no, this. Seriously? The keys? Okay, well, it makes sense because, like, well, A, you couldn't put a dagger in a pouch because they would just. It would just break. But it's nice. I like to collect the keys. Either collect the keys or put them next to the door they open. But these keys mostly have only one use, one or two uses at most. But usually on the same floor you found them. Okay, this is a book. I need to clear my throat so I can read this. All right, The King Beyond by Elysian. Dayan. In a brutal battle, a knight named Buto is trapped behind enemy lines. He fights valiantly, but is overwhelmed and captured. His captors demand strategic information, but his interrogator is kind to him and tries to win him over to their cause. Buto is loyal to his king and will not give them anything of import. In time, however, a friendship is established between him and his investigator. God damn it, brain, don't say that. One day, the interrogator reveals himself as the very king of Buto's captors, and tells him that through their exchanges he has learned much to gain an advantage in the war. He offers Buto his freedom so that he can return to his king and that one day they might meet again in battle. As Buto leaves his prison, he sees the people who would assail him in a new light and is disheartened. He knows too that he may be received by his own people as a traitor, and so he asks if he can stay and lead a simple life. The king consents, knowing that he will grow to love and cherish his new home and people, a formidable warrior who will rise to protect them. Wow. Not bad. It's a nice little story within a. I'll just leave the book there. There's no point in collecting them again. And they're not like shiny gems, so I won't pick them up. I need to check the time every so often because I do have a D&D game later today, like I mentioned before. Yeah. But if you ever see me just like completely pause in my tracks, it's because I'm checking the time. Can I rotate you? Yes, please. Thank you, God. So this does slightly more damage, but is worse balance. So it's. Well, actually, let me see. Yeah, it's just a difference in. It's just a difference in condition. It's the makes are no different. Basically, if something's made exceptionally well, it will have higher base stats, and then that base is directly modified by condition. So my current weapon is just as the other one was. Oh, okay. Let's take the. Okay, the dagger has only its base stats because it has no condition. It's perfect. Like it's the same as the day it was made. So it has pretty nice stats. But this weapon has a quality and then a condition. So if this was perfect quality and it had a poor condition, it could still end up being worse than this blade that is in average condition. And you can upgrade condition by using the upgrade gems that I mentioned before, or well, the repair gems, as they could also be called. But they can improve the condition, but they cannot improve the quality. So basically, you want to find high quality weapons of the type that you want. Basically, also to calm. You do the buttons presses, but But the closer you have it to their head, the more. This is what I've been told by like the game developer. Well, not the game developers directly, but that's what I was told in like the patch like notes that the closer you have your cursor to their head, the more potent the ability. Basically, like if you basically imagine like it's an AOE, and the farther away from the center of the AOE the enemy is, the less effective it'll be. But I believe it's only a single target. I think, but you can just like mash the button on their heads and it'll calm them down. But calm only works when they're out of combat. But there's an ability called, I believe it's let me check. Confusion. Yeah, confusion. It makes them forget. It makes them forget their. Well, like it says, it makes them unable to recognize people. Basically, you cast this on somebody you're in a fight with, and they will forget why they were fighting. And they might continue to fight because you're in an aggressive stance, they're in an aggressive stance, so they might be like, oh, we were fighting. But you cast it on, like, two NPCs that are, like, standing next to each other. Like, if I cast it on Darren, and then I was in combat mode, Darren might fight me. That sort of thing can happen, and you can use it to get enemies to kill each other. Which is actually how I got through the early game the first time I made it all the way through the current, not the current build, not the one that we're currently in, but the one that was current for when I was playing. I got to the end game and basically just abused enemies into killing each other. It was quite nice, and that's basically like it will take some time. Currently, we have calm. We sense mind. I think this makes. I don't think it serves much of a purpose, but I believe it might make you less visible. But line of sight will still. People will still see you through line of sight, so I don't see the purpose. But yeah, confusion is what I'm currently going for. Trust. Trust can lead to what is essentially mind control. And continuous mind control is basically you can recruit people. Which is basically I could have Darren and then up to 2 undead. 2 zombies following me around. Which is quite potent. Quite very potent. Also, I'm getting a bit lost because I keep like wandering around these places. But essentially, the way that I got through the game was mind controlling characters, filling them up with gear, and then like running away as they fought. Which is kind of the coward's way out, but like also, this game is super fucking hard. You know, do not judge me. Be careful of Darren. He will aggro enemies quite easily. Like I demonstrated there, I basically got to the other side of the zombie and then waited for Darren to walk into the zombie. He doesn't respect the undead as much as I do, where I will give them wide berths. Oh, this one's aggroed immediately. Oh, okay. Okay, it got a second one. But when you see them running away, it's a good idea to not chase them because you can end up chasing them into enemies that will aggro onto you because you're in combat mode. Or they'll see this character as a friend. They did a bit of max HP damage. But they will aggro onto you because you're chasing somebody else like really fast. Like you're making sudden movements. Basically, enemies in this game are like animals, like I've described before. So be careful. They will see things that you wouldn't see as an aggression. Like the fact that me and Darren were way too close. They'll become aggressive. They'll become like territorial. Like they have that sort of like instinct. So you got to be careful, and this is what usually gets me lost is these corridors, because I believe there's a corridor that looks identical to this one, but I believe there's a key that I should be looking for. Careful when you run past these guys, because you can end up aggroing them too easily. I'm just gonna go in here. Be slow, and beware of Darren. Darren can get into a fight, and then you have to go save his ass. See, it's very nice for demonstrative purposes to have sense mind constantly up, so people can see like, oh, the enemy is getting aggroed. Like I could tell that we were getting into a fight. We're going to get into a fight based on just like the body language of the enemies and my body language to them. Darren. Oh yo. This is Exanima. Oh my god. Oh, this is a far cry from Phasmophobia, I'll say. It's still kind of horror. These are like zombies, like reanimated, dead, and fighting. I have to be very careful that my NPC companion doesn't get me killed. Yeah, I just wanted to play this. I played it last night for a little while, but I didn't actually play the main mode, so I was like, ah. I'm just craving this game for some cursed reason. Yeah. I won't be here for too long. Because at like about 4 hours from now, I have a Dungeons and Dragons game that I need to play. Oh god, please. Oh god. The thing in this game is that you can... It has physics on everything, so you can like trip over shit constantly. Which can happen in combat, which means you're very likely to get killed. There's seriously nothing in this room. But yeah, I've gotten wedged in corners in this game. Seriously, nothing. There should be something in this room. Is it hidden? Or is it just non-existent? It must not exist. Yeah, I should adjust my chair a bit. But yeah. I enjoy it. It's complicated, but once you begin to... Oh, this guy was fighting with just a bedpan. Is a blue ring. That says he's calm. Blue means calm, yellow means they're being cautious, and red means they want to kill you. Or well, they're in the mood to fight. So like if I were to bump into this guy, he might get pissed off at me. But yeah, he's calm around me because we've been fighting together for a while. But I can go just for demonstrative purposes. I can go piss off this undead over here. All the enemies in this game, like they have their own personality, sort of. They have their own mind. Like this guy is like getting aggressive with me because he sees that I'm like pushing at him. But like I step back and he might be calm again. You can see like little fade in the blue. Like I just back up. Darren's cautious because he doesn't like the undead. I walk away. See, he'll go back to being normal again. Then he'll walk past me. He doesn't even care. I basically just imagine if somebody on the street did that to you, and you shoved somebody, like almost pushed them over, and then they just walk past you because he looks at our gear and he's like, oh, well, he'll kill me. Like that's the thing in this game is that there's some enemies that'll always be attacking you. There's some enemies that will always be passive, but there's most of the enemies in the game. Basically, they will react to what you do to them. So if you're a shit disturber, they will. Oh fuck! A breastplate. That's actually really good. And a gemstone, a topaz. I like the gemstones don't do anything in this game, but I like to collect them because I'm a fucking ape that likes shiny objects. But yeah, that's I mean, this is a pseudo horror game. Like, you can definitely be scared shitless by this game. Like, because the game is, yeah, but the game is very lethal. This red here on my health bar. This oh god, this guy's automatically. I think that's the guy from before who's found a weapon and he's now pissed at me. I think he's someone different. And then they'll just Darren ran him through. Actually, I think this guy ran away from me before because he was super low health. But this game's super lethal because this red bar, if it completely consumes my HP, I'll just die. Purple is dead. No, this is my mana bar. This means it's being used. It's being used for this ability. Mind sense. It basically it's why I can tell. Oh yeah, when it starts to lose color, when the color begins to fade out, that's them dying. Here's another enemy. Ooh, I will try to aggro and have them actually fight me, so I can demonstrate the combat a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna fight them. I press Alt and then click to thrust at them. My movements are based on see when he's really low health, you can see that he's going purple. Basically the same way in real life. Like if you were dying, your mind would slowly begin to, your mind would slowly begin to cease to work. You would start to slow down before you die, which is kind of dark. But oh, there's a book here I need to read. Oh, it does seem like a book. Thank God. It saved me from having to interrupt myself. Yeah, I talk to you. Wait for me here. Yeah, exactly. You lose once you start losing blood flow. Your brain starts. But yeah, I can go right to left, left to right, and that'll cause my character to turn and swing the weapon. Press Alt, and then click. I thrust. I double tap and I slash down, and it's all movement based. It's all physics based. So if I do a crappy little swing while I'm moving in the other direction, if I do that, that has the momentum of my movement, and it'll add to my damage. But if I do something like this, where I move into my own arm, it'll kill my momentum. It's very involved game. It's a very involved experience, and you can really mess it up really bad. And the combat's lethal. So you can end up in a scenario where you're trying to struggle through the game, and you have this much HP left. And, this is your maximum HP remaining, and the rest is consumed by red bar, which reduces your max HP. And you're scared shitless of every enemy because you know they'll kill you. So it might not be a horror game in the terms of Phasmophobia, but it is. You will definitely shit your pants. Yeah, you basically screwed. There's very few healing items in this game. The game is very difficult. And it's, well, you can choose not to be permadeath, but I do it permadeath. I very much enjoy that aspect of the game. But they're definitely in the later game. I'm not afraid of the basic enemies because they're not very scary, or they're not very dangerous. They're not very good at combat. But you get to this is the second floor of the dungeon that I'm in. You get to floor 3. It's still more of the same, but you get to floor 4, and then you're actually, this is a horror game. This is actually terrifying, and I'm gonna die here. This is where I die. That literally the first time I literally just I was oh, this is okay, and then I saw just a massive Hulk coming through, and I was oh, I'm dead. But luckily the guy can't open doors, so I just hid in the bathroom until he went away. And then I just waited for him to go very far away, and then I ran away like a coward. Which is what most people do. You either run away a coward, you die to him, or you make him fall down a pit. This is a compass. You can actually. I'm actually holding a compass right now. The game gives you this compass at the bottom left if you have a compass in your inventory. It's very nice. I believe this might be a map. Is it? No, it's just a old piece of paper. Damn it. There's a lot of books in this game where you get the lore. Yeah, this is not. God fucking damn it. Floor 2 is a very maze-like thing. Because there's a lot of samey hallways. God damn it, this chair is just following me. What's the button to walk while holding something? Oh yeah. See, if you want to carry something with you, you go into combat and then you press like control, and you can actually pick up stuff while in combat and then continue to move while in that combat. It's very, very strange, but it works, and sometimes it doesn't work. But yeah. This is open. And enemies can't open doors, so the best way to deal with enemies is to leave them in calm. Oh, trust me, they won't be calm if I like get up in their shit. Yeah, see, this one's pretty easily irritated. And the biggest danger is an enemy that tries to fight you will aggro every other enemy. Also, this guy's fucked up. You see him? Like, he's not a threat. He has no armor, any weapon. But, like, hot damn. If you just saw him suddenly, you would be like actually, he's just the ugliest motherfucker around. Yeah, I got a, where's the button? Okay. Alright, so this is how you level up in this game. Yeah. He looks like he was in the sun for too long. Like he looks like he was like actually like thrown into a fire at a very young age. But yeah, basically how you level up is that you pick a skill, and then slowly over the course of your next level, which is signified by these things, basically once this fills up, you level up. And you level up by getting into combat. So the first time you get a skill, you actually don't get the skill. You actually have to wait for the skill to naturally get filled in. But right now I'm just getting maneuvering and armor because I currently have a breastplate, which is very heavy. Whoa. I saw the shadow and I thought that was moving. I think the shadow was an enemy moving towards me, and I was like, oh fuck. But sometimes enemies will come out of the blue and like just straight up chase you down. Oh, just book. Oh, yeah. Yeah, level 2 for me is it's just a maze. Like it's very, very confusing. But level 4 is where the game really begins to just book. Yeah. Yeah, all the equipment is randomly generated, so like I have to look at the shit that all looks the same. Oh god, this is the very horrifying looking motherfucker. What do you have in your hand? He has a fucking cleaver. He's some Silent Hill shit. He's got like some Silent Hill vibes going on. Dude, like I could straight up kill you. Like, can you leave? See, he wants to fight me. Okay, you want to do this, buddy? Darren, get him. Yeah, Darren two-shot him. He's got no armor. Speaking of which, how are you doing, Darren? Okay. Yeah, he's probably like right here. He takes permanent health damage just like I do. So I have to be careful. Because if he dies, he's gone forever. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Oh. Oh, you know each other? That's what I assume. Oh, that person says scared, so they're running away. They're near death, so... Oh. The enemies don't... well, they take max HP damage, but they also heal like we do. Like me and Derek, though. Sorry, my nose is a bit stuffed up. But basically, like, your level... Or your, this isn't your damage. This is your max HP damage, but not your real damage. So I can take this... Like, if none of this is red, I can take all this HP and damage and then heal it up over time. So enemies can do the same thing. If you don't permanently damage them, they will heal back up. And you can see that when they when their mind starts fading, their mind above their head. Which, if you played this game, you wouldn't have this ability off the bat. You would have this ability, which is you would have to like press it every 5 seconds to sense people's minds. Like I can just demonstrate. See, I deactivated my ability, and this is what it would be like for you starting out. Is that you'd have to use it one at a time, and then it goes away after a few seconds, which is why I really like the constant version. Plus, you can sense enemies like that you can't see. Ooh, this might be good for Darren. Hey, Darren, can I see your equipment? This is an extremely well-made spear in somewhat worn condition. It's actually questionable which one's better. So this one's better balanced. This one has a better, like... Because every weapon has a different set of values. So this one's easier to wield. And this one's more damaging. And this one has more oomph. But this one's easier to wield. This one's better weighted, basically. I'll pick it up. I'll definitely pick it up for later. Because I might decide that I want to use that weapon permanently for my my companion over here. So I can use this. These blue orbs. So these are gemstones. They don't do anything. I just collect them because I'm a child who likes to pick up shiny things for no reason. But these blue orbs. Okay, let me got it. A sphere with a strange pattern within. Its surface seems to shift when you press against it. These are upgrade orbs. Or repair orbs. Basically, if I were to take, say... Yeah. I used to collect rocks when I was a little kid. Like, actual, just, like, rocks off the ground. But, a well-made steel breastplate in fair condition. So this condition right here, this can be changed by this. This can be turned into, like, perfect condition. So if I find something that's, like, perfectly made, I can upgrade it to its full potential. Or I can repair it to its full potential. This is just a bottle, useless. But, like, literally every weapon and armor in the game has that same sort of design. So you can potentially have to, like, look through every single item. I wish it was piss. It's probably just like evaporated down to like vinegar. It's just pure urea. Which is what piss is made out of. Mostly urea. It's urea and water and waste. So it's evaporated. And this is this was a healing item. If you see something like this jar and it's lit up, glowing, it's made of uranium. God, that would be. If that was how it actually. Oh, accidentally pressed the window key. From I yeeted myself back to my main screen, or my desktop, I should say. Sorry if I sound stuffed up. It's just. It's very early in the day right now. So I wanted to get a little stream in before my other game. Ouch! God damn it! Collecting all these pouches. The thing that you use pouches for office chair. You mean my chair? No, it's on. Whoa! It's Like you might look at it and be like, "Oh, that's nice." It's actually like worn to hell. Like it's like there's parts of it that are like falling off. But I don't really care. Like it's a chair that I can sit on. It doesn't really have to look good. It just has to fit my ass for the most part. Yeah, it's a nice chair. It's definitely comfortable, except for the parts that aren't, like the parts that are just exposed. Yeah, exactly. Chair is a chair. Fuck, I used to. My computer chair used to be a wooden dining chair. It used to like I would sit on it day in and day out. No cushion, no nothing. I would literally my ass is flat, permanently flattened. Like I'm a big guy. My ass is flatter than like fucking. Like, yeah, it must hurt. It did hurt. My ass is permanently flattened. Just to make fun of myself. Like you think a fat guy would have like a big ass. Like you'd think a lot of that fat would go to his like bottom end, but it's just like no. I can't twerk. I'm a fat guy. I got no ass. Sorry, it's very stupid. Like, yeah, what? Oh God, Bob Ross. Just a horde of Bob Ross. There are no mistakes, only happy accidents. God, I miss him. He was a great guy. This guy might aggro on me, but I'm going to read this before he does. That idiot and his thugs are still sending... Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Calm down. You're not that strong, bitch. Sit down. Yeah, me and Darren just tag team this guy's ass. He doesn't have anything interesting, but back to reading. That idiot and his thugs are still... Yeah, it's not... I think that's a two-handed axe. Let me check. Yeah, it's two-handed. I can't use a torch. It's mediocre. I couldn't wear it. I couldn't use it because I need the torch. Later in the game, there's an item that allows you to no longer need the torch. But by the time that I get there, this axe will be just jack shit. It will be nothing compared to what I'll have access to. But that idiot and his thugs are still sending many down here. I must admit I am impressed by his methods. In some ways, he is less a fool than he appears. I must take advantage of this and resume my research while I still can. I have yet to find a place where I can. Yeah, and that just trails off. That's this nice ornate dagger that I just haven't. Like these two things are completely like useless at this point. The dagger's too short, so I kind of range is really important in this game. Yeah, I like to collect shit. Man, you're lucky. You're lucky there isn't like a trader in this game. If there was a trader in this game, you fucking know I'd be putting like bowls and shit in my inventory. Like I played like Elder Scrolls games, and I would just collect anything that had like any sort of sell value, any sort of gold value. It was in my inventory. I would have like fucking forks and shit, and I'd be like, "Hey, merchant, dude!" Like I'd pick up hourglasses. Like I would. Wouldn't that be cool if you put the hourglass in your inventory and a fucking time came up? It's like, this is what time of day it is. Oh, that'd be so cool. Because it works with the compass, so it'd be really funny for that to just be like an Easter egg. Like, it would be completely useless because you're in a dungeon, but it would be funny just to look at. Or like it showed you like your computer clock. That could be cool. Okay, let's see this painting. It's an insane complete. Look at his fucking nose. It's a pretty good picture. I wish I had a bigger... I'm going to try to get a better view of it. I actually never realized this. Destroy it. Okay, we'll try. Oh. Oh, I tried to put it in my inventory. It's actually a. Oh, there we go. See, it's destroyed. That's the best I can do. Oh. I'd have to. I'd have to carry it with it. There we go. Let's see if I can knock this over. Actually. Yeah, Darren. Yeah, you got it, Darren. You got it. Let's do it. Bam. Oh fuck! Burn it. I can certainly try. Yeah, it's unfortunately flammability isn't a thing in this game yet. Actually, I will just for the sake of humor, I will carry this thing around. Darren's getting scared of me because I'm acting a fool. Yeah, I will attempt to carry this with me to destroy it, just for shits and giggles. You gotta be careful because you can aggro Darren. Oh, here's a key. Now the problem with this area is that it's so easy to get turned around that I have no idea where this key goes. Clearly, this was once a place of military activity, but no physics. But yeah, there might be in the future. Oh, you could definitely be caught on fire, but your torch can't set shit on fire, unfortunately. There are flame traps in this game. But this was once a place of military activity. But who were they fighting? Were we once at war with these people? It would seem that we won. How could such events be completely erased from our history? Thaven believes that somewhere down here lies the true source of our power. I cannot make sense of any of this. I wish now that I had been less dismissive of Thaven's theories. This is, I believe, a wax seal, yeah. I mean, you program a game. Let's see you try to do this shit. I think they're doing pretty good. Personally, I wish the camera was easier. I wish there was like hotkeys to control the camera, rather than me using. Actually, can I rebind middle mouse button controls? Orbit camera. What's space? Does space do anything? I made a Fortnite 3.9. Let me try something. I'm actually gonna rebind this to spacebar. Apply. Oh god, it works! It's so much better! It's so much better! Like, actually, fucking... basically, I rebound the middle mouse button to spacebar. And because the game doesn't respond well to my mouse button, so, like, holy shit, look at me. I can control my camera, Mom! Look at me! Normally, I'd have to, like haul my, middle mouse button. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find a place to put this down. God, I can totally multitask now. Alright, this place begins to intrigue me. Thaven understands more things than I can imagine. Or more than I imagined. What if he is right? It would change everything. How could we be so ignorant? If I had more time, I believe I could undertake his mission. I wonder what changes he has brought about now with these discoveries. These are important times. I would live to see them. I would live to see them. I could certainly find a torture chamber. Oh, this is a fucking candle. I'm just going to leave it on the ground right now. I need to remember that I rebound my U key. Oh, nice. Nice. Should be... Let me see. This is a short sword. Basically, I want the longest weapon I can find. And this is... It's not good, but it is long and length. Oh, God. I'm compensating, obviously. Yeah, I believe this goes to a dead end. Yeah. Well, the thing is that it's kind of hard to use a spear in this game. Like, Darren's an AI. Darren has an easier time using, like, because of the controls of the game, he has an easier time controlling himself. A long dagger. There we go. I mean, a sword is basically just a lot here when you think about it. I can't, like, because the controls to move are the same to, like, rotate objects. I like how I'm having this, like, thing, like, rotate in front of me. Come on, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna occasionally, like, swing and shit. And I'm, like, constantly in combat mode, so if I see an enemy, they're gonna aggro on me immediately. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the hallway so I can pick it up later. There we go. Now I have better control over my character. God damn. Rebinding key. Man, that's why I love PC games, is that you can rebind keys. What a novel concept that I was never aware of. Like, if I had a bad stick, like if I was playing, like, a console game and I had a bad, like I couldn't click in one of my sticks, like, goddamn, I'd just be fucked. But here, my middle mouse button isn't very responsive, so I just change it. Yeah, actually, I had that problem one time. I was playing a basketball game, and it was all about moving your, like, fucking, like, your analog sticks in every which way, like, and basically, like, but my analog sticks could tell which way I was moving them, but it couldn't tell, like, the fine details of what I was doing. Is this the key for this door? Come on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this might have already been unlocked. That happens sometimes. Sometimes enemies will walk into doors. Yeah, or button. That's the thing about computers, is computers, you have the entire fucking alphabet of keys. Like, even if you lost like, all the letter keys on your keyboard, you can still rebind. Like, you still have, like, 40, 50 keys left over. Like, you could really, like, you could definitely do some, like, funny shit where you're like, or some, what's the word? Like, you could do some janky ass shit. Ooh, gauntlets. Yeah, you have the entire alphabet. Alright. I have been informed that the conservers have spies amongst us. Despite our differences, I cannot imagine that they're looking to harm us, or even impede our mission here. I cannot, in truth, see much reason to prevent them from knowing of our progress. I am inclined to just let them get their information rather than waste resources and encourage doubt and suspicion among us. Yeah, most of the lore in this game is in, like, books, in, like, pages and stuff. So it's a lot of reading. I'm gonna have to find my way back to that painting. But first, I need to find my way to the door that the key opens that I have here. Yeah, and scrolls and just. Yeah, that's my problem with this area, is that there's keys in one section of the dungeon, and then you need to haul them all the way back. So, okay, this is just a fucking bathroom. God damn it. But it's just walking past all the dead bodies I've created. Or you could say all the living bodies I've destroyed. would be a funnier way to phrase it. Yeah, it is. Once you get into the more open parts of the game, it's a lot less mazy and a lot more, just like it's the way that you get lost. Like this is you getting lost because everything looks the same, and in the later maps you get lost because there's so much shit to find. Which I prefer getting lost in a big map than getting lost in like fucking corridor hell. Alright, here's the room I was looking for. Let's see if this opens this door. Five! Fucking kidding me! What is an open game? See, this is why I hate this area. Now I have to look through every locked door that's in this fucking dungeon because I found a key. You know the worst thing is that key might be in the fucking room. Sorry if I'm swearing a lot, but I'm just very upset. And I'm lost. But this might be the key out, which would be my saving grace, because then I would never have to look in this area again. But there's also, are you the key? Let me the fuck out of here. Oh, this is the armory! 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 Is this better than the, It could be. It could be if I upgrade it, but I'm not going to upgrade it, so I'm just going to leave it. Yeah, this is, round shield. I will pick it up. Little hook. Yeah. It was well made. Plate greaves. Pick those up for Darren. He's no longer fit me. Need these. There is weight to this game, so or not weight, but you do have a limit for your inventory. Pick greaves. Don't worry about my... Who in the world is going to hit my feet? You know how hard it is to aim something at somebody's feet? Yeah, I now have to look through all of this equipment at what I might want to give to Darren and myself. So I like... It is not easy. In this game, it's not easy at all. You have to very much put like a fuckload of effort in. Because like, look at this. How in the world am I hitting somebody's feet like this? How? Just tell me how. How? It's easier to hit somebody in the head than the feet. At least in this game. These boots? Yeah, of course. Of course they take up my... I need to find sabatons, which are basically small metal shoes. It's not that easy, man. It's not that easy. Like, you could definitely attempt to, but it's definitely not easy. The game does not, in fact, have a dedicated aim at feet button. Yeah, I need to find, like I said, sabatons, which, like I said, metal shoes. Damn. Let me see your equipment. P. It's not P, this is P. I have a question, Darren. How's your, It's bigger? Yo, yeah, hell yeah, that's bigger. I have to look through all of this armor because like some of it is better than others. Away. Oh, chainmail. See, this is where the game begins. Truly begins to, you know. This one's better. There you go. And we're starting to have some like real gear going on. Like look at me and Darren. Look at us together. He's so fucking lanky. I just realized how fucking tall he was. Oh my god. We're starting to ball out. Starting to have some real gear finally. Well, we have nothing on our feet. That's a serious problem. Because enemies will occasionally. I mean, I'm not even short. And no. My character is fortunately not 3-2. Not the bag. The bag to put more of my shiny shit in. This should be open by this, right? Oh, it's already okay. It's already open. Okay. That makes some sense. This no. Oh my god! Yes, I did it. Damn, aren't you like really young? Like if you're actually 5'8", like you're gonna be like 6 foot, like you're gonna be 6 foot by the time you're fully grown. Like you're gonna be like over 6 feet by the time you're fully grown. Like actually, just one handed. No, it's two handed. God damn it. Oh, you're 16. You're, you might end up taller than me because I'm like 5'9". Yeah, 13. You're definitely going to be super tall, which might be a problem. Well, just to warn you, is being tall is actually can cause a lot of problems with your back. So you have to be very careful. Humans were not designed to be tall and lanky. Obviously, they probably haven't taught you in school yet, but it's actually common to be shorter than tall because it's how our DNA works. Basically, like it's like if both of your parents are tall, you'll be tall. But if one of your parents is short and one of your parents is tall, you'll probably be short. Give or take. Then come over here and wear one of these hats. Oh yeah, his parents are like his DNA is like amazing. Compare all these three helmets. So my helmet. That's that one. That one. What's that one? Okay. I think I'll put this one on. Pull this one to the ground. And then there's no this helmet. This helmet versus this helmet. Okay, they're both the same. Yeah, we'll eventually upgrade. Yeah, I took the best of armor, and then there's this one which is kind of. Well, this one's also good. Yeah, you're true. You're right. You're right. What's this? It's worse than mine. what you doing? That's the one I'm wearing. It's better than the one that you're wearing. It's about the same. It's exactly the same. So, if I got a third guy, I'd take this hat along. You're not incorrect. Or helmet, rather. Yeah, this is a lot of the game is trying to find equipment because if you don't have armor, you will lose your HP super fast. Like you will be love tapped by a bedpan or like a broom, and you will lose HP forever. So all I need is shoes. All I need is like any like armored shoe. Which these are boots, which don't count. Need to be. Rush Point? You mean Valorant? Yeah, but Valorant's just a ripoff of Overwatch, and Overwatch is just a ripoff of Team Fortress 2. Oh my god. That's why I hate when people call like games ripoffs of each other, because it's like no modern game is ever the original anymore. It's every game has already been made. Like, well, Need for Speed is Burnout is just a copy of Twisted Metal, and it's just like you can really reduce it down to that sort of like fuck. This is my problem. Is now I am somewhere else entirely. I don't even think this was an area that... I think this was just an area that I forgot existed. Okay, that's the way back. And this key does not work here. No, okay, this key is no longer useful. I am going to remove it from my inventory. That was the armor key, so make a mental note of that. And this is back to where I was. God damn, this place is so... Like, I kind of like that they have that sort of thing where they can... Like, it's like the Dark Souls thing where you can loop back through the dungeon. But it's also, it's an easy way to get yourself turned around. And I am a directionally confused person. Person's dangerous, he might aggro on us. There's a, on this floor, I think it's the next floor, there's a automatically aggro enemy that I need to be watchful for. Oh, okay, I need to go find that painting. I need to check the town one time. Yeah, I need to check I need to go find that painting. Wanna fight? Alright, yeah, he wants to fight. And you got this? I'm just gonna let Darren fight this because I want to see how he's doing. Oh my god, Darren just actually destroyed that man. We talked to him. How are you doing? He hasn't lost any more HP from last time I asked him that question. And this guy is just... it's nothing. Yeah, I'll bring that paint. I'll go find that painting and bring it back over here. Put it where it belongs. Should be somewhere around past here. God, I don't know about you, but I really like walking barefoot. Like, it can hurt your feet, but it's also like, it just feels nice. I actually really hate the feeling of shoes on the ground. God, that's... At one point in the game, there was damage for falling over, and it actually like killed you. Like that would have... I mean, If you went face first in the stone, that would actually like really fuck up your head. I'm glad they took it out because like otherwise I would actually be dead every single time. Painting should be there. It is. Found an appropriate room for your request. Oh god. There we go. Come on, character. Come on, come on, man. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, okay. There's a trick to this. There's a trick to this. It's not that. It's not that. That's not the trick. There's always the usual move it as I go. This isn't the first time I've moved an object halfway across the game world, though, because it's very much a thing in the on the first level. There's a trap corridor, which basically it gives you the way into the armory, which you kind of don't require because, like we just seen, there's an armory on this floor too. Quite fun. I mean, I say it's fun, but it's because I enjoy this type of game. But it's definitely not something for everybody. I can. Oh, one of my friends was like, "Hey, do you know any like horror RPGs that I might want to play?" And I'd be like, "No, no, I don't. I don't think any sane person wants to put up with this game's shit, except for like." Me and a small amount of people. So I actually bought it because I like this game, and well, to stream. This is why I'm streaming the game. Is what I mean to say. The reason I'm streaming it is because like so few people play this game versus the amount of people that want to like see the game. This is a game that very few people would actually play themselves. Because of how like esoteric the fucking combat is. Esoteric basically just it's a word that means like it's not unknown, but it's sort of like at some point like being an astrologer used to be esoteric knowledge. It's like who the fuck, like it's knowledge that nobody really goes out of their way to find out. That's what esoteric kind of means. It's like, you know, it's the opposite of common knowledge. It's knowledge that not everybody has and not everybody not many people care about. It's you know, the it's knowledge that's not known for a reason because nobody gives a shit. For the most part. But yeah. At least that's how I use the word. I will grant you this wish even if it wastes like 10 minutes of my life. Put this guy's painting in a prison. I'm gonna make this guy stand trial. That's where we're going to. It's like a trial there, like a courtroom basically. Except it's a medieval courtroom, so you know, it's mostly for people getting executed. Come on, come on. See. Okay, I'm gonna put him right there. I'm gonna stand this guy up on trial. Darren's probably gonna have a comment on. I don't know if he does, but he might have a comment on this area. All right, painting. Time for you to. It's time for you to pay for your crimes. But there we go. How does it feel? How does it feel, painting? To know that you are lawfully imprisoned. This is so silly. Oh god. Please, please, game, please. Sir, you have been found by the court to be a fucking painting. How do you plead? Oh god, I'm so childish. God damn it, let me out! Let me out. Please, please let me out. Oh, god damn it. Please, please. Alright. But I need to actually switch this area for a bit. So there's books. This log is filled with detailed reports of people violating certain rules. Most of these rules are obviously aimed at preventing the entry of intruders. They are strict and elaborate to the point of seeming a product of paranoia. But yeah, reading books in this game is like one of the main sources of XP. Yeah, Darren did not enjoy that at all. When I shoved him, you can see where the yellow comes into play. And like I said before, yellow's essentially agitation. When you go full yellow, that means you're pretty annoyed. Also, my hand is stuck in the doorway. Please, 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 Darren, help me, Darren, Darren, what are you doing? God damn it, please, 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 please let my hand go. Wait, please. Game. Okay, there we go. Usually unequipping and re-equipping your weapon usually gets you unstuck in that situation. For whatever reason. Because it's usually the weapon getting stuck on a collision. And trapping your hand in with it. Darren! Please stop shutting the door behind me. Darren, please. I've had that happen where I used to have like 3 companions at once, and they would all just stand in front of the door, and I couldn't get out. Actually, a nightmare. Yeah, I believe that book was in that room that could have had useful stuff in it. I believe that's all that is in this direction. So let's start heading back. The enemies in the game wander. Well, I say enemies. The NPCs wander this pretty rigorously. I'm actually gonna kill this guy. Yeah, he got one shot. That's what happens when you don't wear armor, is that you are very easily killed. One clean hit in this game can result in your death. That's why you gotta be very careful and very well equipped before you start getting into combat. Once you're well equipped, you can kind of get away with a lot compared to what you used to be able to get away with. Like right now, I can get into like fights with people that have really shitty weapons because it'll just like bounce off my armor. Actually, how's my experience gone? It's pretty slow, but I haven't really done much. Darren's also leveling up, by the way. He levels up with me just the same. By getting into fights, killing things, by exploration. By the way, how are you doing, Darren? He's been better. Good. Why don't you be better? very aggressively. Yeah, coming back through the place. Oh, so you can drag along bodies on the floor. So, oh, the game lets me drag this along, but doesn't let me drag the painting along. This is pretty morbid, I'm gonna say. Gonna be honest, dragging this guy along the floor like this. It's funny. It's funny in like a really sick way. It's extremely satisfying to watch. God, I need to leave this guy alone. Oh. No respect for the dead. Ah. Oh. There's my karma flipping over this stool and tripping over it immediately. Yeah. Let's see what we're doing. Yeah, I hope I remember the secrets in the later parts of the game, because if I don't, yeah, I'm gonna be in for a very bad time. Because I don't want to be using this torch forever. Like I mentioned before, or yeah, but there's an item that it's basically a helmet that provides light. So let me see something. Darren, you want to let me check your inventory? Speaker, no. All right, I don't need that in my inventory. I don't need this in my inventory. You don't need this in your inventory. You don't need this in your inventory. Yeah, I just wanted to do a little tiny bit of inventory management before I continue to walk around. Also, if you're wondering how I open the doors, it's just like in Phasmophobia, where you actually have to move your cursor after grabbing the door. Like after clicking on the door, you have to drag it. Or push it. I mean, to be fair, you could actually mistake this game for Phasmophobia. Like, not easily, but you could definitely have it described in such a way, without having to lie. I could describe this game in such a way that you would think I was talking Phasmophobia, which is kind of funny. Well, actually, the games are pretty similar, except, you know, one has combat and one doesn't. Because there's undead, which, you know, count as zombies. You know. I don't know, I don't think there's ghosts in the game, but there are different, you know, types of undead. This place is probably haunted. I mean, there are a bunch of undead and others around. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold your horses! Hold your horses! Yeah. You need Darren this. Yeah, I need to get mine. Okay, Darren, are you okay? You okay, Darren? He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Yeah, I kind of want to search. You want to search the entire game because you can find rare items. Like, look, the loot is randomly generated. So, like, you know, you might find like in something that you once found like your best weapon in the game for your time that run. You might find like just like a silver like spoon. I'm sitting in a tavern, something I have not done in a long time. Alas, it was quite empty, and all the drinks had spoiled long ago. These people cannot have been so different from us, and yet some things are very strange. These lamps, they give fire that never burn out. I do not understand the source of their power. These walls echo with the souls of the long dead. Souls of the long dead. Oh, beneath I sense something else. a far-reaching presence. It is faint, everywhere, and very strange. Could this be the mythological guardian, or even Faven's spell giver? Yeah, all the lore is given through reading, so I like to stop and read whenever I see it the first time. I mean, I've read it. I've read all of the little pieces of paper that I found in this game already, but this is the first time I've been showing it off, though. But yeah, like I was saying, you can end up with just like finding just like random shit. Oh god. Just shoving Darren along. So actually, screw you. I wanna get into a fight. Okay. Darren, be careful you don't get anybody else aggroed. That's a problem when you leave enemies alive, so they'll run away and kill. There we go. But yeah, a lot of the enemies in this game have, well, a lot of the early game enemies, I should say. A lot of them have just like random shit, like they picked up, because they're just mindless, undead for the most part. Some of them are walking around with like just like sticks and stuff. So once you get like a proper set of equipment, they're not a threat, unless you mess up. If you know what you're doing and you have proper equipment, none of the enemies in the middle of the game will be able to do anything. But if you mess up, they will kill you. Yeah, you can end up with like 2 totally different runs because, like, you see all this equipment. This equipment could have been garbage. This equipment could have been just like rusted out, like husks of like garbage, rather than the decent. I wouldn't say it's perfect. I've had better. This is a musical instrument. I have had better, but I've had worse. Like, I've had a lot worse. I didn't even find that one area. I didn't find the armory. I didn't find a nice long sword. I didn't find a Darren. And I didn't find him a spear and a nice shield. Like, I was still walking around with like a meat cleaver. So you can definitely, if you don't explore, you will be hurting. But if you explore every nook and cranny and play safe, you can end up in the harder stages of the game, which this game does get a lot harder. You can end up in those stages with a lot of healing items. Well, significant amount of healing items. A significant amount of the healing items in the game by that time. Which is to say, like, you know, there's you could find literally every healing item and not need to use them until later in the game, which is what I've done. Which is what I usually do when I used to know how to play this game very well. Let me see, how close am I? I'm like halfway there to my next skill put, which will make me better in this armor. Wait, where the hell's Darren? Aaron? Darren? Okay, he got stuck. But yeah. I would go through the game like and try to perfect it up until the point where the game gets harder, and then I would like save the game there, and then I would basically play that same save over and over again. But I'm not going to do that for the stream. I'm going to, if I die, I will start over from the beginning every single time. So that's just how masochistic I am. And every life is potentially, well, not potentially, is very important. Because, like, if I get this far, I might not get this far if I try again. Because the early game is really sketchy. It's a whole lot about finding some useful things, and then, you know, survival. Well, this is an interesting place, I believe. It's also a good habit to close doors behind you, but I don't do it. Well, this is it's books. Okay. The Guardian's Wrath. The earth on which we walk is our mother. She provides for us all that we may need. Our ancestors, in their mad lust for power, sought more. They began to dig deep into our earth in search of her lifeblood. And so by digging, they uncovered the underworld and its fearsome guardian. He sent forth terrible demons to drive out and hunt them down. For all could be slain, our ancient kin sealed the entrance to the underworld and swore never to return. Thus are we allowed to live upon this earth, but ever under the watchful eye of the guardian. So this is alluding to the later portion of the game, which definitely holds true to that. There's definitely some hell under in the later floors. Oh, I got my my confusion. So now I'm gonna go with trust. Trust can make things be nice to you that aren't normally nice to you, and it can result in like some weird interactions, or something that's hostile to you is aggroed by something that you cast trust on, and it can kill them for you. Which I used to do that all the time. And like once you get two enemies to start fighting each other, they will continue to fight each other regardless of how their opinions of you change. This book explores various myths surrounding the Guardian, but does so in what seems like a tendentious manner, casting him in a more positive light than he is commonly viewed. You suspect it is tied to some cult dedicated to the worship of the Guardian. The Guardian of the Underworld, known as the Keeper of the Dead, is the most prominent feature in our mythology. As with most of our myths, it differs depending on whom you ask. The Guardian's role in particular is an ambivalent one. There's fear of what he represents and of his dark and dangerous realm. But there is also a feeling of deference and a belief that he will watch over our loved ones once they pass away. We inter our dead to consign them to the Guardian's care, and we believe that we will grant them a life beyond this one. Behind the intimidating titles and malicious curses, the Guardian is also a giver of life. He is said to restore life to those who have fallen in the surface, or that some become beholden to him owing to the resurrection. Perhaps the most notable myth is that in a time of dire need, the Guardian will raise an army of those given to his care to defend us. What is it then that he guards? Does he simply watch over our dead and his dreadful realm? Or might it be that he's in fact our protector? Fuck! If the things that appear later in the game are our protectors, I'd hate to see what we're being fucking protected from. Because god damn. I've been avoiding Lich, and hopefully I'll be able to see them. Not in this, not today, but one of these times that I play. I was supposed to say Fast Food. One of these times I play Exanima, I might actually be able to see or show you guys what I'm talking about. If you guys haven't watched somebody else do it already, I've been avoiding relations with my subjects as it could become a serious impediment to my work. I did not imagine that I would miss human contact so much. Happen could have carried my legacy, but I now treasure his company and friendship more than anything. Even so, I deeply regret the loss of a lifetime of imparted knowledge and teachings. If I were to succeed, poor Pappin would never truly have reaped the benefits of his apprenticeship, but he accepted this and was eager and grateful. It's too late now, I must not dwell on it any longer. I assume something happened while he was writing. I discovered a truly miraculous substance. It produces a faint light and pungent odor. He's referring to this healing item right here. When I touched it, a wound on my hand I acquired during my cuttings healed rapidly. It was astounding. I've experimented with it, but so far it has proven ineffective against my illness. If only I could find more. It was well hidden. Obviously, it is something of great value. I thought perhaps the lamps contained this substance, but I was unable to break one open. When I finally removed one from the wall, it gradually lost its light. He's referring to the healing item that I used, which I'm keeping it to vessel just to Just to remind myself not to look for it, for the most part. That's goddamn big words. Well, I wouldn't say big words, but like, you know, who the fuck says vessel anymore? Except for me, because I've played too many video games, so my speech is kind of been tainted by ye olde English. Or not even ye olde English, just like, you know, video games mannerisms. Useless. Yeah, see, like, this chest could have contained, like, one of these upgrade orbs, but here it's just jars of shit. This room was a nice, tidy amount of experience. We're almost at our next skill level. If you gain experience too fast in this game, the game will way too reward it. It usually saves some of the experience for when you get smaller amounts of experience, is what I found. So, like, I'll kill something, and then I will suddenly, like, hop up experience despite the fact that the thing I killed was, like, worthless. Or, like, I'll open a door and, like, continue to, explore the map, and then I'll get, like, a big boost of experience when it seems like I shouldn't have. It's usually from, like, reading books, I find. That you get, like, a bunch of experience from one room, and then you move to another room, and then it's like, oh, here you go. Here's all the experience you just earned. Because that's how the game likes to, it likes to drip feed you. So, you know, it'll save up your experience and then eventually reward it back to you. Which, I think that's how it works. That's how the game describes it. And it might be lying. But the game do be like that. I hope it be like that. Because that's cool. Well, cool in a sense. Hey, Darren. Let's open these doors to look into them for chests and stuff. Because you gotta look at every chest, because you never know what's inside of it. You know? It's just like if you lose something. Like, if you lose something, you have to check everywhere. It's like, you know, you check your pockets, like, a dozen times. Because, you know, they might be in there. So you check every pocket. Check your pockets in your laundry, you check your pockets in, like, your clothes that are on, like, hangers and shit. Because otherwise you can't say you've checked everywhere. Because if you checked everywhere, the thing that you lost can't be nowhere. You know? You gotta look everywhere. And only then can you say, well, it's gone. Part of me wants to go back to sleep, but honestly, I'm not that tired. I literally walked in this room again by accident. Well, not accident. I forgot that I walked in the first time, so I walked back. There we go. There's a chest. And nothing inside of it. Eventually, I'll walk into one of these rooms and be like, yeah, this is a chest that had, like, nothing in it the last time I played. Oh, it's a walking stick. Oh, if this was a game where I could sell stuff, I would totally pick up that walking stick just for shits and giggles to give to a merchant. I can only imagine a merchant if I walked up to them with a fucking walking stick that I didn't need. They'd be like, who the fuck did you take this from? They would obviously assume that I had stolen it from somewhere. It's like, what did you kill a cripple and take his walking stick? Why do you have this? Why are you selling this to me? You obviously didn't need it. But yeah, we could be on for the rest of the stream. That's how. Oh, I'm gonna fight this guy just to mix it up. Oh god, damn. It's honestly surprising I one-shot him, because like I shouldn't be doing like you don't level up your damage in this game. You level up, well, unless you get better weapons. Like, I don't think my sword is good enough to one-shot him like that. So it must have been like from momentum. If I'm gonna be, oh, this is pauldrons. There's pauldrons? No, it's shoulder pad or elbow pads. My mistake, but still, Very nice. Also, the glasses. Can I wear the glasses? Oh my fucking god. My character looks so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Darren, do you want to wear these? You want to wear these, little buddy? Oh my god. No, never mind. It's appropriate. I wear glasses. I mean, you can see that I wear glasses wherever I put myself. Actually, what am I covering up? I'm covering up my inventory. Yeah, I'm not covering up anything too important. If I think about it, I'm mostly covering up the compass and my inventory when I open it. But I could always just move my inventory over like here, so you guys could see it rather than moving my face. But yes, sorry if you wanted to see my inventory. I'll leave it up here and just poke into it. See, you guys can see all the random crap I've collected. This is my map. By the way, this is the map of the first floor, and you can kind of tell, like, quite complicated. The game very much so packs a lot of shit in. But yeah, sorry. Yeah. Now my inventory will appear over here. I'm actually gonna pop up Darren's inventory right quick. I just put it so Darren's inventory will be adjacent to mine when I open them. That was the I key, which is to bring my inventory. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. Yeah, I need to remember that I'm covering part of the screen up for you guys. So I had to make sure I'm thoughtful of you guys. So, you want to know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, speaking of map, this is the map of the second floor. So as you might see, I think this is where we came in. We went this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. I think we're off around here. If I were to guess. So what you might notice is, oh, sorry. Yeah, what you might notice is we came in. If we came in this way, there's this way, and then there's this way. There are two levels. There are two places we can go from here. There is level 2, or not level 2, level 3, and level 2.5, which is the catacombs. I won't spoil what's in the catacombs, but I'm going to definitely take this with me. But yes, I can definitely figure out where I am on this map from well, not right now. What? Like I can figure out once we get to a landmarks, like something I can identify as part of this map. Let's see if I can see this. Part of. Oh, whoops. Part of. Oh, it's pointing this way. Part of. Let me drag it over to myself. Okay, there we go. Part of this map. I can identify part of this map by just sort of like we find a landmark and I don't know why I needed to do that because I have the cursor, but I wanted to physically point it. My point from my real point, like my real life perspective. But yeah, I can figure out, like, let's say we find this corridor, like a long corridor that leads to this room. Which I will recognize this room when we go to it. So yeah, it's very handy to have a map, and most of the levels have a map somewhere on there, but usually it's like deep into the guts of the map. Which once you find the map, there's a potential that you found everything else, and you're just like, oh, I already fucking know where everything is because I've been in this area for so long. So we might be. We're lucky we're on the long stretch. Is there a... Okay, and the thing is plus with the compass combined, we're currently facing north. This is north of the map. So where does something turn left to a dead end? Where might we be? Oh, we might be here. We might be actually right here. That's where I'm guessing we are. We're here. I go... No, no. No, no, we're not. No, we're not. Okay, so where the hell are we? Are we here? No, we're not there. We're here. Yeah, we're right here. We're right here on the map. So it took me a while to... So we're right here, so if I go here, here... Currently going up this path... And this into a right gets me... We'll peek at what... I'll be able to identify what floor we're on when we go downstairs. So yeah, this is the way down. I can tell you for a fact. But which way down? I have no fucking clue. But you can get the floor 3 from from the catacombs, or 2.5, as I like to call it. Well, as the people who like the wiki calls it that. Because once I got to the bottom of the game, like I didn't find a map for half the area, so I wanted to be like, hey, how's this game structured? I wanted to like see. Okay, we're on floor 3 now. I can tell you for a fact on floor 3. But yeah, that's quite good. So now we know exactly where we are. That's the power of a map in this game. Is basically now you know exactly where you are. You just need to find one landmark. My character immediately fell down the stairs. Apparently, sorry. So let's keep this map open. Let me check to see if this will cover up. No, it won't cover up for you guys. This, there we go. So yeah, it's a bit, it's a bit cumbersome. But now we can go back the way we came, back this way, and turn right. Basically, I want to explore, like I said before, I want to explore the entire floor. And I want to go to floor 2.5, because otherwise it'd be skipping to floor 3. I've managed to get my character stuck in one of these things, and basically soft lock myself. Yeah, there's a lot of secrets in this game, which I don't know a lot of them, but I do know how to. Well, I remember how to brute force find my way to the secret of the lighted helm. We are currently here-ish. Sorry if I keep referencing the. What is this? Well, I was going to say mini map, but there's no mini map. There's just an actual map. I really like the, So we're back at the tavern area. I said I was going to explore this entire area, but honestly, I just want to get the fuck out. I'm going to find my way here, because this is the entrance to the catacombs, so we're going to find a way. Because otherwise, I wouldn't say I get lost on floor 3. Floor 3 doesn't get me lost. Floor 3 is kind of linear, from what I remember. It's easier to navigate than floor 2. I mean, look at this shit. It's a whole load of rooms. Sorry, if I continue to yawn. This is the way to the other floor, right? I'm assuming we're right here. So, assuming that's the way down. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to reorient myself. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, yeah, I was just looking at the map. So we're currently heading south here. Do do. Sorry, I'm just trying to like navigate through the map and make sure we get the fuck out of here. Like yes, I might be missing out on some healing items, but I'm not gonna walk through the entire map with a fine-tooth comb, and I'm not gonna look it up either. So I could definitely skip some things, but this is gonna be how it be. I've never been a completionist in games. I've always been like, you know, like if I want to do more, I do more. If I don't want to do more, I just like fuck it. I wipe my hands of that shit. I'm like nah. But I might check rooms if I feel like I think there might be something valuable in there. But this room right now, I'm gonna check it out because I think yeah, this is a oh, this is a prosthetics workshop, which might have something. Oh fuck me. This guy, he just hit me and he didn't do any damage. Like he didn't do any red damage. He did health damage, but that's small penis. That can't kill you. Let me open up my menus again. Sure it's so we're in this big fuck off room right here. So let's go into this room, which appears to be under the barracks, which you should definitely search the barracks. In all senses of the word, you should always check barracks. Especially in video, like in any video game that is like, you could potentially get like loot for boxes. Always check the barracks because that's where people leave their gear when they're off duties. The barracks, or they leave their spare gear, which you know might be useful. Or if somebody's on duty, like if you go into like a police barracks, like you might be able to find like any sort of. Well, I mean, obviously don't go into a police barracks, but like if you were in a video game and you could go to a police barracks, you might not be able to find their guns. Like you'd have to go to the armory for that. But you might be able to find like personal effects. You might be able to find like you know they might leave their wallet with their money in it, or like you know. Just like in Oblivion, if you go like, or in Skyrim. Skyrim is a better example because a lot more people played Skyrim. If you go into Skyrim and you go into where all the guards are, they probably leave a lot of the. Oh, there it is. This is the healing item that I found. Well, not found, but this is one of the healing items. I believe it's a small healing item, not a large healing item. So this is a large. This is a medium. This heals you for like half. This course heals you for like a quarter. I think, if I remember correctly, they might be the same. They might just look different, but I believe they are different. So we leveled up. Press K. We can now maneuver swiftly under our. Oh wait, no. So. I believe amalgamation. Currently, thaumaturgy is the only type of, or what is it called? This is basically mental magic, but you might end up in the future. You'll be able to amalgamate spells from different domains. We currently have access to the mental domain, but eventually there will be the force domain. So that's what amalgamation would be. So like imagine like being able to like control like I can only imagine like with force, like being able to push and pull things, that sort of power. Physically interact with something and push it, magic. That combined with like mind magic. Well, I don't know. I can only assume that you're gonna be able to mess with people's like actual physical brains. But yes, continuity 2. That would allow us to I have 2 bindings up. Remember when I referred to being able to have 2 zombie companions? Usually I would get continuity 3, and I would bind 2 zombies and then have mass mind up all the time. But eventually I get to the point where I no longer need sense mind, except mass mind. I'm getting confused with some other games. Volition is useless because that would defend you against them, but you don't ever have that problem. So I'm going to take Remise, because it allows you to quickly swing your weapon again after you swung the first time back. Basically, you can swing from left to right and right to left, like I mentioned earlier. It's very useful. It basically allows you to get 2 hits where you have an opening for 1. And then you like immediately stop attacking, and then you can, because you have like if you strike somebody and then immediately stop attacking, you will be okay. Basically, it's follow through. Basically, if you don't finish your attack animation, the game will treat it as if you didn't attack. Like that will be your character, like your character's like reaction. Like let's say this hits. Like, see that? Like where I go full swing. But say I hit like here, I don't need to go from full right to left. So if the enemy's here and I strike, if I stop the strike there, I will have hit them. But then my character will bring themselves back. And then you can sort of see, like, when I stop it early, as opposed to stopping it at its full swing, I recover faster. See, like, if that hits somebody like that, I could bring my weapon back to defend myself. So you could do something like that. The game is very complicated. The skill ceiling is quite high, and the skill requirement is also quite high. But you can also brute force it. Like you can definitely like smash into the enemy, just like you could in real life. If you don't know how to fight and somebody else does, you could change the fight. You could make the fight in such a way that it benefits you more. Like you could, if somebody's really good at punching, you could put them on the ground and then force them to have to like you could force them into like a grappling area where they couldn't use their hands to punch you. So I mean, you can't like grapple people in this game, but you could definitely like shove into them and like make them have to like you could push them to the ground and try striking them as they get up, and then running away and then getting behind them, pushing them again. Like just ramming them at like ramming speed. They sprint, and it's you can manage. Like it's very complex. But I really like Remise because I could theoretically swing like this and then like this. Like see where I come back? See where I okay, do this again. See where I come back with my hand? Instead of me bringing my arm fully back and then fully swinging again, I would bring it from where I was to here. So it would be like this, this, rather than this, and then this. See, so in the time it takes me to do 2 swings, I could do, or at the time it takes me to take 1 swing and recover, I could do 2 swings with Ramais. That's why it's so nice. And then you end the second strike. Okay, these shoes are actually worth putting on. I totally forgot I should be looking for shoes. But male leggings. Oh, they're another layer. Oh my god, yes. My character's actually not. Oh yeah. So you're looking at this right here, and you're like, well, didn't we have like this many like pips? The guy had like not like 8.5 pips, but maneuvering in armor 1 reduces the encumbrance, which allows you to move faster. That's why I took it, because I was starting to get like pretty encumbered. Which is, this game is, it's very important to be mobile, because you don't want to get hit. It's just like in Dark Souls, you don't want to be fat rolling. You don't really roll in this game, but you don't want to be weighed down by your equipment. I really don't. I haven't kept my map open, so I've kind of lost where I am, but I kind of have a feeling that I'm going the right way. Okay, so I should be able to see this area. This is where we are. We're moving. So we're here facing this way. So I turn left. This is a room that's a dead end, so I'll go in here. This might be I mean, it looks like a storage room, so there might be a crate with some useful goodies in it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You gotta recognize the location. Now we got 3 upgrade orbs, which I once had like 10 upgrade orbs, and it didn't fully upgrade my gear. It didn't fully max out my gear's condition, but it did pretty good. We'll go in here because I think we've already been here though. I was gonna say I thought there was gonna be large here, but we'll go here because I recognize the area now. This is the way we're supposed to be going. So I'll turn myself back around once we... You've already been here. I'll check these 2 doors and then go back on my way. I have a key. Yeah, no. What? So this leads back to where we were too. So I mean, there could be valuables there, but also like hot damn, I don't want to get lost. And this is here going down to here. This will also lead the way I'm going. So I'll actually go down here. We can either go the way we're going right now, which is this way. That leads back to the place that we were. Or we could go this way. But I believe both will end us on the other end of the, or other side of the door that was locked. There's no point in me opening it because I'm never going back to floor 1. Not anytime soon, anyways. I can tell you that much. I can definitely tell you that much. Let me check the time. Yeah, I have another good hour before I should be getting off. So we'll see how much how much of the game. Oh god, this enemy coming. You want to aggro on me? You want to aggro on me, lady? Oh, you're thinking about it. Okay, I'll you want to. If you're thinking enemies about to aggro on you, you should get the first swing in. They'll immediately aggro to you, but like, you should definitely take whatever opportunity. But, oh god, I think Darren hit me in the back. But yeah, I took a tiny bit of damage, which probably wasn't advisable. I probably, if I wasn't streaming, I would have been super careful. I would have run out. But like, I kind of. Oh, okay. Is this open? Okay. I was about to say, like, god damn, you can't do this to me, game. Okay. So this is the key that opens the way back. Wait. Oh, these two don't link up, so I didn't even have to come here. That was a waste of time. And a waste of HP. But we have another healing gun, which I don't want to use. But I think we're past the kind of. I mean, obviously, like I've said before, like if I die, I'm going to start again. I'm going to start again every time I die. So this is where I play Exanima. Plus you get more permanent experience. What's it called? It's basically you have up to 5 levels that you can start with, and you start with 0, and you slowly build up the experience. It's like maybe like 1% of your total experience. Oh, it's global experience. So 1% of your global experience, like the experience I'm getting right now, is saved, and I'll be able to use a lot. Eventually, I'll be able to start with, like, right now, I have 6 skills, and that's after playing through 2 floors. But once I get my global experience up, and then I die, I will start the game again with that many skills. But currently, I have, well, I don't believe I have that much global experience. But it's definitely worth building up your global experience before you try your late game runs. That's what I found. So as you can tell, this is the way the catacombs. There's fucking grave, there's coffins everywhere. So we're gonna be introduced to the catacombs in a moment. There's a chest right there. I just saw it, and it's filled with fucking urns. Yeah, I've heard of some people like talk about the game and like the fact that this is a crematorium. People say about the game that, like, oh, there's so many chests that have nothing in it. Okay, see, loyalty. Loyalty is what I'm talking about. Cause someone to trust you and follow your command. This is what I was talking about. See, suspicion is also what I use confusion for, and then I believe this is anger, and you cast anger. Basically, you cast it by casting. Okay, the way that I use things, you can also do it at a longer range. Basically, I cast this to sense their mind. I target their mind with my cursor by hovering over it, and then I cast something like suspicion or anger on 2 enemies that are standing next to each other that normally trust each other, and then they start fighting, and then I just walk past. Like I don't get the experience for it, but it's usually not much. Yeah, it's very nice. Oh, and rage is the thing I was talking about. Cause the target to suffer an uncontrollable rage. So basically, I would use Enrage on 2 enemies. Like, say if I used Enrage on Darren, he would attack me. And once he starts attacking, like, if I was a random NPC, I would keep fighting him. And then he would see me fighting him once he came back to his senses, and he would be like, he would continue to fight me as well. So basically, once you start 2 enemies fighting with each other, they stay fighting with each other. But loyalty is going to be very nice. If Darren dies, which he will very likely die someday, eventually, just like I will die, I will start recruiting zombies, who I will be equipping with his. I will basically take everything off his body and equip them. Yeah, this is. So we're about to be introduced to a new character type, which you can probably tell by. Sorry, I had to be quiet because I have to listen for the sound cues, because I'll be able to hear them before I can see them. But you can probably tell by the fact that these are catacombs what kind of enemies we're going to be facing. But I won't spoil it. I'll let you be somewhat surprised if you're not as quick to guess as I am. You'll probably be able to see it before we run into it. There's chests around here that don't look like chests, by the way. From what I remember, I believe they're like basically like gravestones, essentially. Or they look like sort of like mass. I'll explain them when we see them, because I can't describe it very well. But they don't look like you'd be able to loot them. Yeah, because when I went through this game, I looted everything. I tried to loot. I tried to click on this shit and see if I could open it and loot it. Yeah, I want to be very quiet right now so I can. Do I need my torch on right now? Okay, no, I just wanted to see what the natural lighting was like. But yeah, this area is going to be quite dangerous for me and Darren because of our equipment setup. The enemies in this area are far stronger than the common undead we've been fighting. And it's also the flaw with this area is that there's it's very easy to fall. If I fall, I will die. And there's also parts of these bridges that will break. You have to be very careful. Just very careful. I'm keeping my eye out because I have to. Yeah, some of these things can be looted. I believe, if I remember correctly, like not the urns, but there's something in this area where it sort of looks like this, where there's like basically like not remain. Okay, but there's something. Is this what I'm looking for? See, like the shit like this. That's just there. This isn't better than what I'm wearing, and I believe. Let's check with Darren. Darren, what do you got? Also, apparently I'm overlapping with Darren now. And what's your helmet like? Better. But Darren, here you go. You can keep our old hat. Oh yeah. But this is what I'm talking about. These like little cubby holes can have loot in them. But there's something also that I can click on, which are just. I think the best way to explain it is like a sort of like a bank vault, except I'm pretty sure they're cremated ashes. This is spalders. Okay, these are. That's what I think of. Yeah, okay. Those are my shoulder pads. Let me just check the time again. Okay, yeah, 7 hour. 7 hours before I have to start getting ready for my game. Yeah, I'm just checking all of these nooks and crannies for any sort of equipment because it's very. See, there's something like this. There's shit like this, which obviously just has a bunch of like. It's like a pouch for a game, like a game of like dice, but. This, as you can see from my collection, that they expand your inventory slightly, but you might, depending on what you collect, and I like to collect everything, well not everything, but I like to collect anything that would have monetary value, like, just to re-explain, these things, I collect the topazes, I collect the gemstones, but you want them just so you put their smaller stuff that you decided to collect for some stupid reason like I do. So they don't interfere with your inventory. Because the inventory is pretty expensive. I'm pretty sure I could put all of Darren's and my equipment into my inventory. Well, minus all this stuff. But if I had an empty inventory right now, I could take all the equipment from my character and all the equipment from Darren and put it in here. Which is a lot of stuff. So, like, you don't have to worry too much about the weight if you're being sensible. But if you're like me and you're not sensible, then you have to do a little bit of inventory management. Which I really hope when they make the open world version of this game, like when they make the open, like, well, maybe not open world would be the right word, but like just the open, like the more because this is just a dungeon crawler. This is a dungeon crawler version of the game. They want to make like a big, like, well, like I said, a more open version. Like, yeah, you're actually going like through an overworld. Like, but when you're actually outside, yeah, be careful. These bridges have like gaps in them. You can certainly. I've fallen down, and it's not pretty. There used to be falling damage in the game, by the way, which if you're not careful, see like this. Like if you walk over these planks are actually loose. See. Like I didn't turn my character there. My character's stuck on the board, so you can end up falling through the cracks there. See, same thing. Some of these planks are loose, and I love that about this game. Is that like you're like, oh, these are all like placed out, and then you see those, and you're like, oh, they're kind of a weird angle, so you might trip. It's like, nah, man, they're actually like physics objects in the game that you can like knock around. God, I hate these like archways because they cover your vision, so you gotta be careful with that. And some of these areas you can fall down and die. Some of these areas result in you having to fight monsters that you really don't want to be fighting against your will. But this might be the first. God, I remember the way that I entered this place was from the 3rd level, and the 3rd level immediately has an enemy. Basically, an enemy is guarding the way to the 3rd level. But if you come in through the 2nd level, okay, there it is. Yeah. And these are kill on sight, by the way. They'll let me. Yeah, they're coming right now. And look at, lo and behold, it's a skeleton. And they are far better fighters than these zombies we've been fighting so far. So I need to actually smart enough to be careful. I rebound my my camera to my spacebar so I can actually move in combat. Yeah, these as is customary, undead are pretty. Oh god, Darren's knocked out. He's not dead, I don't think. He might be. I don't want to lose here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You see, he's getting up. He's gonna come up and start punching this guy. I gotta be super careful. You're wondering how I'm defending myself? It's basically just don't attack, and your character will automatically try to block with their sword. Oh god, oh god. I'm very close to falling right now. That's my opponent just did. But I mean, like right off the edge. And my controls are oriented to my cursors, so I need to be careful that I don't end up walking one way when I want to walk the other way, but where my controls are inverted. I need to be very careful. I need to also attack from the other angle because he has a shield on that angle. This guy isn't doing too much damage to me, but I have to be careful he doesn't knock me unconscious, otherwise I will I'll lose my weapons and have to pick them back up. Like Darren has. He's lost his weapon. Elton is very smart. Okay, oh. Holy shit, Darren, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, he's actually so injured that I'm going to heal him again. So currently I've used 2 healing items on just Darren, and I'm going to open a pouch and put them in so they don't. Oh, yeah, I can. Come on. Yeah, no problem. I've just been talking. But yeah, and you missed the fight with the skeleton, I think. This guy's got a breastplate. I mostly finished the 2nd floor and went down to the catacombs. But yeah, okay, let me check this guy. He's quite injured. But yeah, I'd say I'm still doing pretty good, but yeah, we're in the catacombs fighting skeletons with blades and spears, which, as you probably know if you've played any sort of video game with that involves fighting skeletons, it's usually you want something that can destroy their bones. See, this is the way up to the I believe that's the way up to the 3rd level. I'm in a pretty good position right now. Oh, I say that. I found the map for the second floor earlier. But now I'm done with the second floor because I do not like it. Because it's very, like... it's very, like, much a mess. But as I just explained, these bridges actually have gaps in them. And some of those gaps are filled with physics objects. You know, things that actually move when you touch them. So, so to be very careful. There's gaps, and if you fall, I think this is a bottomless pit. It might not be, but there's two things that happen if you fall down here. Either you die, or you end up having to fight enemies to get back out. It's a very dangerous. But there is loot here that I want to find. But yeah, it's very dangerous. I've taken a little bit more HP damage. Mostly from the... well, I say mostly from the skeleton. Some of it's from the skeleton. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You can... I'm pretty sure you can loot some of these. Somewhere. Or, no, it's just this thing. Well, this thing this doesn't really look like it's easily noticeable as a chest, so this is a Curus. Which has more coverage than this, I believe. Yeah, it's better for coverage, and then I will talk to Darren. And how do you feel about mine versus yours? Mine seems a lot better. Like, I don't even have to, like, it just looks rusty. God. Damn. Oh. Yeah, I like to go through the catacombs because it's just better. Yeah, mostly you miss like some explanations on things, which I can just go over if you need me to. Yeah, I'm really oh yeah, I only have like 50 more minutes to play. Yeah, more loot, more damage is true. Yeah, well, more than your weapon, weapons aren't too important in this game. What's more important is your armor, because armor protects your actual HP. Because, like I said before, you die if you lose all of your if you lose your ability to heal. But yeah, I'm very afraid of skeletons. Some more urns. You gotta check these areas. There's loot everywhere in this game. It's part of the charm. It's part of the charm, and it's very much a hard game, but it's also fun. It's like, you know, the healing items actually matter in this game rather than just being like, oh, you could just like sit around forever and wait for your HP to come back. Okay, that's a locked way. Once upon a time, I could like glitch myself through these walls and like pull this lever. Yeah, I believe this is where I want to be. I believe this is the area that has the loot I'm looking for. There's a bit of loot on every single floor that you really want to find, like the healing items, or like mandatory pickups. You have, like, if you don't, like, Darren would be dead right now if I haven't been healing him. Yeah, how's he doing? Yeah, he's probably at the same max HP that I am. He took the brunt of the skeleton. You could also run past all these areas and just go straight through. But you'd miss out on a lot of experience. I might also want to jump down. This is the skeleton right there. Well, the thing is that we don't have a blunt weapon. I want to loot that chest. That chest right there is the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, I believe it contains something nice. From what I remember. It might also contain nothing. The only way to get to that chest is by falling down. Luckily, there's no falling damage in this game. They took it out because people kept dying from tripping over themselves, which was actually a thing. But we're gonna carefully does it. I say as my character falls down. Carefully, easy as she goes. Yeah, I want to search this area down here because there's potentially a lot of enemies and a lot of loot. Okay, because well, there's two ways to get loot: from the chests and then from enemies, because enemies can carry equipment. Usually, it's the enemies' equipment are like beaten to shit because they've been running around with them. But still very much worth it. Plus, I still want to get rid of this torch someday, so that's way on like the 4th and 5th floor, which I'm nowhere near. Yeah, I need to protect the area. Okay, this skeleton should be pretty. Oh god. Yeah. The sword that I'm currently wielding is definitely a bit of a hand-me-down. But that was a lot better showing. Basically, with skeletons, you want to smash them with whatever your equipment is. You want to hit them as hard as you possibly can. I'm gonna check Darren to see if he can equip these embraces. He loses the other ones, but these are way better. Oh, I've leveled up. I can now recruit. I can now recruit undead. Now I want to get enrage. Oh yeah, I need an inversion. Yeah. Available. Inversion. Vision requires an inversion. Yeah. I can't actually get any of these because I need to level up more. Is this any good? Yeah, it is. There we go. Get rid of this like rusted helmet. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to the 4th floor. The fourth floor is where hell begins. Where I begin to suffer. I'm kind of just looking to where I can potentially get up here. I'm just trying to climb the edge. The 4th floor, we'll see it like we won't see it today. We'll see the 3rd floor today. You see, I'm just like the mountain goat. I'm just like the mountain goat. Just think about it being a mountain goat. Fucking did it! Darren's a bit fucked, but I got up. Holy shit. Yeah, like look at this creepy statue. Mountain climber. Yeah, I'm a mountain goat. How's this curious base? I want to pick it up for Darren, but yeah, we now have a sword. A nice sword. Let's see how it compares to my other sword. It's better in almost every way, except for like balance. But yeah, that's now. It's very nice. Yeah, it's how you do it. And now I don't have to be here anymore. I can get the fuck out. Oh god. Yeah, I just want to check to see if there's a David. Is there an actual way that you're supposed to get up here? Let's look how you're supposed to get up here. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this windy path. This shit. Yeah, who needs that when you can just like Skyrim horse your way up? Poor Darren. Darren. I hope he when we transition to the third floor, I hope he follows. This, I believe, is the third floor over here. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. That's what I love about this game, is that you can do things because like it's realistic. You could do, oh god, this is the area that I'm afraid of. There's an undead with pretty great equipment here. This guy right here. I'm not gonna fight him because he's way too dangerous and his gear is all fucked up. But for a skeleton, he is one of the most dangerous enemies in the early game. No, his loot isn't worth it. I need to upgrade it. I already got what I needed out of this area. Yeah, he has killed me several times. Like he hasn't killed me, but he has reduced my HP below half. He has fucked my shit up. The thing is that with the skeleton is that they have no skin. Like swords are really good against things with like meaty bits, and spears are really good for like poking organs. But skeletons have none of those. Skeletons have none of those soft parts. They're just bone. But yeah, I've fought all the enemies that I had to fight, which is basically a lot about this game, is that you need to pick your battles, otherwise you will end up with no HP. You won't be able to fight more. You can only fight so much, and now I'm kind of lost. But there's no enemies. There's no enemies that I'll run into during where I am right now. Poor Darren. His name is Darren, by the way. Oh, there he is. Oh, gosh. I was like, okay, that's Darren. It could also be an enemy. But yeah, he found a way out. Good enough. Oh, my God. Yeah, right there. I've fallen down there before. Like, I didn't even fall through because it's too tight. I've fallen and then I've just been like, just stuck. This is the way. It's either me accidentally going back to the second floor. It should be the third floor though. The catacombs are called floor 2.5. Yeah. Basically. Yeah, this is 3. This is 4-3. And floor 4 is where things start getting... they like, the early game, when you don't know what you're doing and you're very bad at the game, it's very much horror-esque, and then you kind of relax. But 4 is where the horror aspect comes back. 4 is when the game breaks your back and makes you humble. Yeah. 4 is when you're casually trying to loot the area and then, like, just this monster comes out of nowhere. This is the way back to the second floor. This enemy should be passive. The enemies start becoming more and more aggressive as you go down, until they're eventually all enemies. Which kind of makes me sad, because I really like the gameplay of just like trying not to upset these guys. So I don't want to take any more damage, but he's blocking my way, so I'll fight. So that's a good hit. Oh man, this sword. the funny thing is that I keep thinking like, oh, I'm not good at this game, and I'm like, this game is really hard to do anything with. So it's like even managing the little that I manage, I'm actually really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's aggressive immediately. Yeah, 2-shot. Oh. Like this is. Have you ever seen Mountain Blade Warband? Or the new game that came out, the Bannerlord? You know? Do you know those games? Oh, I got them in the neck. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, but you know Quap. Quap, right? You know Quap. That's a game that a lot of people know. I like the one where you're just trying to like walk as a guy, but you have to like button mash. Essentially, you have to like do like you have to like press buttons to make them move their legs forward and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So you know Quap. So basically, this game is sort of like Quap combined with the Warband, the game I described. Or not the game that I described, the game that I mentioned. But it's basically the action RPG Quap. Because like hot damn is it like difficult to control. That's also why I'm playing it, because I'm like, well, I love the game. The game's really fun. But also because like people want to see somebody else play this game rather than play it themselves. So I can pick up a dual wield right now. This is the final. You have to get every other ability from the weapon tree, or from the close combat skill tree to get dual wielded. But I don't like dual wield, I'm gonna be honest. But now we have Ramise, so watch this. Oh, just look at how satisfying that is. We couldn't do this before. So before, you used to like go like this, and then you had to wind back, and then you had to do it again. Now we can immediately swing back. See? If you know what you're doing, you can do... let me get around to it. See, you can do like that. You can be very much like fast. It's actually really important. Yeah, now I'm gonna pick up deflection, which will basically deflection will make your character move their hands. Like right now he's holding a torch, so he'll move his hand, his gauntleted hand, to cover his like face, which is exposed. And it's important to have stuff like that while you have like chinks in your armor. This guy aggressive, he's kind of agitated already. We'll fight him. Oh. I accidentally hit Darren, so he might be a little bit upset. I'll talk to him. Yeah. I hit his shield, so he shouldn't be upset at me. Much, anyways. You can hit him too many times and he'll permanently aggro to you. And you'll have to kill him. It's very sad, because he's the same way that I'm gaining these skills, he's getting skills as well. He levels up too. Ziek. As you know, Ziek! As you know, I have placed a very special order with you. Given the significant payment I have given you, I expect a prompt delivery. Why have I yet to hear you? What the fuck was that accent? Well, my brain was like, give this guy an accent. Give this man his money. It's been a funny accent. So I fucking did it. Oh, I'm so stupid. Yeah, exactly. Just, oh, sorry. Sometimes my brain just like... my brain sometimes possesses me to say stuff. Also, I believe you equip this rolling pin. I love this game. What other game can you equip a fucking rolling pin and swing at people with it? How many games? Tell me. Tell me, damn it. How many games can you do this? Like, how many games can you pick up a prosthetic leg, which you know, basically just like a wooden leg? How many games can you pick up a prosthetic leg and swing at it, swing it at people? Like this game is so silly. Also, like you can look at this. Look at me right now. I have a pot lid and a rolling pin, and I could go around fighting people with this game. WWE. Yeah, I don't think they have something this silly. I need to re-equip my torch, so the ones I can't see. How much longer do I have? I still have half an hour. Oh, yeah. Darren is not too happy because I smacked him one time. You can tell because he's constantly having the yellowish in his blue. His mind is kind of yellowish, so he's kind of like, "Why'd you hit me, bro?" He's slowly getting over it. He'll be over it in like by the end of this floor. Yeah, sometimes I just like my brain consumes me to yeah, he's irritated. He's irate. Very true. Oh yeah, this is one of those guys. I mean, Jeremy, you weren't actually wrong when you said irated. Because irate is actually it's actually a thing. Yeah, it's going pretty good. I'm level 3 right now. I took a break from this game for a while, but now I'm back because I want to play more of it. I played a bit of Arena last night just to refamiliarize myself with the controls, and now I'm playing it like proper, but only for like another half hour because I have a game I want to play, or not a game. I have a Dungeons and Dragons game that you know, I can't just abandon my friends and be like, nah, I want to play Exanima. Yeah, it's pretty good. I've got like a full set of equipment. You mean the helmet's all the way on level 4 or level 5? Oh yeah, no, that's on this floor, isn't it? The light helm is on this floor, isn't it? Oh god, I totally forgot. Oh yeah, I know the helm you're talking about. I honestly forgot which floor it was on. Yeah, yeah, check out me and Darren. Oh my god, I have fucking glasses. Oh yeah, I knew that way back when. I actually kind of found hints at it, but then I was like I had to look up where it was because I was like, I can't find it. I've torn apart the oh, it's right next to this room. Oh, then it's the workshop, so it's. Let me just finish looting this room before I forget. Side door, yeah. Oh god, please don't get into there. Okay, please get out. Yeah, thanks, because I get lost in this game a lot. I appreciate it. Don't feel like you don't feel afraid of backseat, because like I'm totally. I don't mind. Yeah, it's the corner room, and then I think you like. All I remember is that you either press down on the wall or something. There's something you should click. There's something I'm supposed to click on. This is the bathroom. Or it's, I believe it's behind like the Excuse me. Yeah, I believe it's there, maybe. Or if I can. I don't know. I'll look because I totally forgot where it was. God, I'm starting to get good at the combat again. It's so satisfying when you're good at the combat in this game. Oh, overextended a bit. Yeah, I have the ceremonial sword from the catacombs. Yeah. I honestly thought it was Oh right, I was thinking because there's there's the healing helm, and then there's the light helm. I mixed up the healing one for the light one. Is it the light or the healing mask? Something along those lines. And then it's I believe here. It's here, and it's I believe you pull this. Yeah, it's like oh, it's this. It's this. Yep. And then it pops out. Yeah. See, I didn't need you to remind. I did not need to be reminded of how I open it once I saw it. The helmet. When you wear this helmet, you are able to make out even your surroundings, even in complete darkness. My glasses. Yeah. But yeah. Oh God. Now I need to find myself a shield. I have Darren pretty well kitted out. I also have loyalty, which is very, very nice. I haven't been using it because I like Darren, and I don't want another. And I don't want the NPCs to fight each other because it's very hard to corral. Like it's very hard to get them to be passive to each other while they're both chasing me. But I know how to do it. I can definitely do two-handed, but I can't do dual wield. I've tried dual wield before. Yeah. I tried to do dual wield, but I just like well, I mean, I can't. I can straight up do dual wield. Yeah, just yeah. Yeah, well, blocking with weapons is just something your character does by default, so it makes sense as those stamina bar for it. But yeah, definitely having a weapon in each hand would be cool. I could do something funky like I could do the ceremonial. Oh, yeah. I could do the ornate combo and just be swag. Because I have both. They're actually. Let me look. They're the same design. Yeah. I would definitely probably just use a two-handed sword. Well, personally, I like swords. That's why I do two-handed. Well, I'll probably have like two different weapon loadouts. Let me see if Darren has Over's helm in this. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can also block and attack. Well, like you can defend yourself while you're attacking. If you know what you're doing in just regular, like combat. Like, well, I've been fighting with just a torch or a torch in my offhand for quite some time, so I've kind of gotten used to fighting. I might want to equip this not spear. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely. Well, we'll see because I'll train it right now. I'm gonna start training it now, so we'll see what it's. I'll practice it a bit. I wish there was a way that in the arena mode that you could like level up faster. Right. Well, you can see where I am right now. Oh, we've talked about this before actually, but I've been down to. I've seen the golems, if you know what I'm talking about. The that place. I've beaten that area, and I've explored all of the area with the fleshy monsters, which I assume you know what I mean. So I've been all around, but it just got to the point where I looked it up and I was like, is there like because I was trying to find the next way out because I was scared of the monsters. I was like, where do I go now? And it's like, oh, you're done. Like at the time that build and I think they haven't added any more. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to see like the end of the Exanima story. I'm very interested because like I just love the like because I yeah I'm excited because like the story I want to see like what happens to our character, like why are we here? I want to know why we're here in this like hellhole. Like I want to see like you know. Oh yeah, and more magic. Oh god, I'm excited for what amalgamation's gonna be able to do when we have multiple magics. Well, I thought it was I thought it was a lot of up in it was a lot of it was up to interpretation because I also have once I completed the build and defeated the two bosses that were at the end of the game. I just like because obviously I was like, well, I don't want to just run through the entire area and collect every piece of paper. I basically read all the lore so I could because I'd already read most of it, but I didn't want to fetch it all so I could read it all at the same time. So I just looked it up so I, of course, read it all at the same time. So I kind of also, yeah, yeah, we are in pursuit of the necromancer. Yeah, we're following him deeper down. Yeah. Yeah, we might be his apprentice. We might be there to investigate him. We might be there to do just about anything. I threw that away to save space. It's back on the top floor. Well, we might be looking to be his apprentice. We might be looking to investigate him. We might be looking to explore our powers by investigating him. You know, that sort of thing. I definitely know that part of the story. Yeah. Uh-huh. So we're basically allied with the people that have been doing this. We're basically being sent here by people who are working on this to okay, that's very cool. So we're are we the baddies? Are we one of the bad guys? That's so cool. Yeah. That's super cool. I know, right? Man, I'm actually surprised that that one guy is still alive. Like, theoretically, he's still alive somewhere. Well, actually, isn't he? I don't. I'm pretty sure. It doesn't sound like he should still be alive based on what I've seen. I can't remember because it's been a long time since I've read the lore. What? I think he alludes to being trapped at some point. The one that says that this is the first time he's been. Which there's a lot of notes. Well, the one in the tavern mentions it's been a long time since I've been in a tavern, but I can't. I don't have a very good memory, so. Yeah, he's not been in such a place in a while. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm super interested on with the story of this game. Like, it's not even like well, it's also why like I'm really excited. Like thanks for telling me why that my character's actually here. But it's also like, like when we go down, do we teleport to somewhere that was already here? Like, do we go through time? Like, like, because we end up like in an area that's filled with natural light, and you're like, are we even underground anymore? Like, where are we? And like, oh god. So I like to think, like, maybe we're going to a place that was already here rather than traveling through time. Yeah. This one? Oh, oh, you mean like the one that's on the table? I didn't really look at it. Yeah, the one on the table. I never remember to look at it. Oh, these. So that actually shows us where it teleports us to? So that place is actually in the same world. So we're not traveling through time, maybe. So, because I thought we were traveling to an already existing, okay, so we are time traveling. Uh-huh. So it's... Okay, so no time travel. Because I thought... Okay, because I never thought it was time travel. Because I thought, why are they... Yeah, because I was like, these are undead. So why would we... If we travel back in time, why would we travel back in time to when these people are still dead? Like, they're still zombies. Yeah, that too. It's like... it didn't seem like that place was like... It didn't seem like it was... Like recently... Like it seemed like it'd been there for a while, rather than like, you know... We travel back in time just after they were attacked, because... I don't know. It's sword... Yeah. Yeah. That's what I originally assumed, that this place was built after the portal. Yeah, it's all hypothesis, but I assume that this place is a new, and like especially once you get into the brass citadel or whatever it's called, like the place where you find like brass armor and like everything is made out of brass. From what I remember, I think it was made out of brass. But yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one who's assumed this, because I never looked up theories, because I was like, well, I want to make my own theories, because that's what I was doing when I was playing the game. So I wanted to be like, oh, it's this, that, and the other. And I'm not really... I'm looking for, like, certain things, but, like, I'm mostly just trying to find the way down. Yeah. Oh, damn. Ha ha, look what I found. Another healing item. Darren's been chewing up my healing items. So and getting himself hurt. Yeah. It seemed more like a place for like trying to keep people like well not keep people here but like it seemed more like a secretive society than a dungeon. Exactly. I thought this place seemed more like a hideout for a secret society than anything else. Like because they have like a courtroom, and like why would they have a courtroom if it was a dungeon? It seems like everything is included. This seems like a like yeah exactly. It seems like an all-in-one stop shop. It seemed like a place where people were like this looks like a place that's been lived in for years, not a place that was built for like a single expedition. This place was like a constant like this was a home. This is like home away from home. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, given enough time, everything will be abandoned. Yeah, it's definitely more of a home than what the other side of the portal was, despite the portal like having a lot of infrastructure too. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, and I've definitely seen what's been alluded to with the because I've read about the Guardian, and hell, I've seen what's down there. I mean, in my previous playthroughs. This is worse. I have seen what hell holds. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if I'm wasting experience by not spending it, but I don't have inversion that's required for like all of these spells. Oh god, this is really impressive. There we go. Oh, that was the proctor. A seal carried by proctors, representing the law of Ardent, it can only be unlocked by turning the rings along its length in a particular combination known only to the proctor who carries it. Yeah. Oh yeah, with the with that. Yeah. Yeah. This is it's a lady. Poor Proctor who was sent down here to investigate the disappearances and the reports of bandits and all that shit, and she's been turned into another one. And the quite decent sword from what I remember. Yeah. Yoink. I'll be taking that. I'm gonna collect the Proctor seal. Add it to my inventory. You want to go, man? Man, she died pretty anticlimactically. The Proctor's actually really capable fighter. I think there's lore somewhere that alludes to the fact that she's actually a really capable fighter even as an undead. Or that's they wanted to test her that because she was fresh and she was a capable fighter in life. Because like it's been mentioned before in the game, but like these people were brought back to life to like see like how intelligent like see basically what the original person. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that part. Yeah. I just recently read that actually. I like how it's like, oh god, these two might fight each other. Look at these two. I love that the NPCs sometimes do that. They get really, they're brushing up against each other super frequently. Yeah, but a lot of the undead like still have like some resemblance of their personality. But like the original research into necromancy was to for someone to try to bring back their family, and they were brought back not not normal. They weren't brought back right at all. But some people have stronger wills, and some people come back better than others. Like say the Proctor, who's still very capable of combat. Whoops, I meant to thrust. Yeah, the Proctor died. Like the Proctor went down like in 2 hits, like a sack of bricks. I don't. I'm trying to be careful that I don't hit or be hit by Darren. Some battle axe is 2-handed, right? I think I'm actually. No, I'll keep my. I like swords because they have such a good like range of where you can hit them with. But like with this, the head is so small in comparison that I'm just gonna end up missing with the good part of the weapon. Yeah, I really love the story in this game. Very nice. I don't think any of these work. Like I can just tell by the way they look, they're not gonna be worth like looking at. Because I have the Proctor's sword. Yeah. I think I literally just read that like no, 10 minutes ago. But yeah, I wonder, is that Guardian the creature that's like brought all those monsters out? Like the fleshy monsters. Also, I love when the story. Oh god, it's the flail. Oh, I love this weapon. How do I do it? Oh, look at that. Yeah. But yeah, I love that you basically have three tiers. Like you have the current civilization coming down into this area that's never seen this place, and then you have the secondary. Like, who are these expedition people? Were they from the previous civilization trying to explore back into their home, or were these three different, entirely separate civilizations? The people from above, the bandits, the people from this area that we're in right now, yeah, and then the people under, like the people through the portal. And it's so great because you definitely know the bandits are separate from everyone else, and that the people, you know, in the farthest depths are like different than the people who were like the people that are dead are different from the others. Yeah, I really like. I don't know how to use the flail, but I love that it exists. I love the flail. Yeah, super satisfying. Yeah, I'll keep the flail, but I'll equip my sword back. You say that, and where am I going? I'm going to that underworld. That is my objective, to go to that underworld. Man, I really want to fight the mother of all those monsters, because the way that I killed her was basically cheese. I got myself stuck into a an area where I could just like poke her. I don't even remember how I did it. That's also like I cheesed both the bosses, which kind of made me sad. But it was also like this game is hard as hell. Oh yeah, definitely. I can do that next time I die. I'll do a lore run where I. Oh yeah, that is true. Well, the thing is that I'm doing permadeath. Like if I die, I'm not gonna load from the portal. I will start all over again. Yeah, yeah. I love where the game begins to not be not be one story, but it's actually two stories where you're sort of piecing together like what's happened from two different perspectives. But yeah, I'm definitely playing permadeath, like true permadeath, where I'm. Plus, it's also good for your global experience because you don't get more global experience if you keep playing the same portion of the game. It's only when you completely start over that it, at least from my experience, from what I remember. Could be wrong, but I find I get more global experience for restarting. It's probably because exploration XP. Oh, well, that explains that. Yeah. I could look for the key to that door, but I'd rather try to find the portal. But yeah, I never recognized it. I mean, I knew that there were two different storylines, like there were old books and new books, but I didn't realize the color of the book determined like who they were made by. Yeah, it's undead is slimy. Hey, are you okay? Oh no, I didn't want to check your equipment, dude. Not what I meant to do. How are you doing? Okay, he's still over half HP. It's good. Sorry, Taryn. I'll stop being in combat mode. But yeah, I never realized there were different types of books. Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't realize there were that many types of books. I realized there was different books for different timelines, but definitely didn't know that there were like crown books. God, this game has more depth than I gave it credit for. Oh, some of the soldiers are trying to intimidate me into giving them certain items. I made the mistake of trying to explain why we limit their use. Literally, they do not agree, and now they dislike me more. Should I inform the captain? I see no choice. That this will not lead me to more trouble. Oh, I see no choice that will not lead me to more trouble. This might be the armor key, based on what it's alluding to. Yeah. Yeah. The game devs, like, there's some people who are like naysayers and are like, oh, the Sue Generous or whatever it's called, or Sue Genesis, is never coming out, and I'm like, give them some damn time. These are like just for this game, they're doing amazing. Yeah, Sue Generous. Yeah, speaking of those, I like to save mine until I get to like the end game and find some good end game gear. There's one. Darren is trying to fight this one guy. I'm trying to loot. Oh, sorry, Darren. I just hit smack Darren by accident. There we go. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, exactly. Like, the game is so... Like, the combat. Also, by the way, I don't have shoes for Darren. I found greaves for both of us that were super good. I was like, when am I gonna get hit in my feet? And now I'm like, I just left Darren barefoot the entire damn time. I need to find Sabatons. Oh my god, yeah. That makes... I mean, the thing is that even with older computers, that, like... I mean, they still do all the things that computer... I mean... Like, you don't really need a fancy computer to, like... Well, you need one to run the... They probably couldn't run the game on those computers. But making the game on the computer is, like, so much different. Like, they would only need one proper computer to run the game. Or at least that's what I think. So I might be wrong because I'm not a I'm not a game developer, obviously. Wouldn't that be ironic if I was a game developer and then I played game? Oh, that'd be a fun life. Yeah. Like, I'm still amazed by what they've created. There we go. I believe I also have the armor key. But this should close to the portal. That's... Oh, this is the way back. Damn it. Yeah, I've definitely heard that. That a lot of people don't think they're going to be able to finish the game, but like also like even if Exanima as it is right now, even if they couldn't do any more to the game right now, it's still amazing. It's still quite. It's like Demon Souls. I compare this game to Demon Souls. It has a very strong cult following. And, That's why I'm streaming it. Is because it's a very hard game for people to play, and people want to see this game. Like people like this is a very cool game. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna stream it then, because I know how to play it. Yeah. Well, as a wise man once said, if you do what you love, you don't need vacations. And that's not me saying that the man shouldn't take a break from now and again, but I'm just saying, you know, some people are just built different. Yeah, that's why I'm streaming this game, is because like it deserves some more attention. Not that I'm like a big streamer, but like, you know, it'd be nice to have like more sources of the game for people to look at. So, you know. Well, someday, you know, maybe I can bring some attention to this game that it deserves. That'd be nice. Dude, imagine if I was the next PewDiePie. Wait, what? What do you mean? Like, what if I was the next? Why would I say that I could be the next PewDiePie? Oh, you mean you continue your own? Okay, because you didn't get a free demo. What an asshole. It's like, yeah, dude, you kickstarted something. You gave money to get it to like start running. That doesn't mean you like obviously, you know. Well, that's not a big enough reason. Yeah. Exactly. Basically, from what I understand, this Exanima's the framework. Exanima's like this is like the part of the game that they're showing off. Like this is they're gonna be like, yeah, exactly. Like this is, I like to think of Exanima as their first game, rather than this is because people say this is a demo. This is a demo for Sue, or Sweetie, or whatever, however you pronounce it. But I think this is like this is a game in and of itself. This is an immaculate game. Like this is just, there's so much story. Like, yes, it's linear, but yeah. And part of me wonders, like what you got to think about. And I've already said this on the stream before, but I can, yeah, but like they like a lot of game developers like make one game, like, you know, Mountain Blade, like the original Mountain Blade, not Warband or Bannerlord. Like nobody ever talks about Warband, or nobody ever says sorry. Nobody talks about the original game, first game that came out. Everybody's always about Warband. Because the first game was the first game, like, you know, like, and they're going to be different games. This is the first game in a series, rather than like, you know, this isn't just a demo. Like, you can't look at all that's been put into this game and say it's just a demo. It's a full-fledged game in and of itself that's also being worked on in tandem with the main game. Yeah. It's kind of cool to think that they're making two games at once. Yeah. I'm really interested for this game to be like to have this game's full story to be available. Yeah. I'm really excited for this game to have its like full story in terms of like, you know, the final enemies, and then have them expand, like, you know, like the magic system. Like I'm really excited for the story to be finished, so I can like play through it all. Like, you're like, what is at the bottom of hell? What is the end game? Who, like, where did all the civilizations go? Like, obviously, like they were wiped out by the monsters, but there was also other stuff coming around. Like, weren't they? Isn't there lore saying that the things that were created, like the monsters, the end game monsters, not the golems, the hardest enemies in the game, they're like living creatures. Weren't they people? Isn't that a disease that infects them? Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure it's alluded to that they're actually infected by some sort of like plague that turned them into monsters. Yeah, I'm really excited. Like, you know, that's why I kind of want to like get big and then be like, hey guys, go look at Exanima. I know a guy. I know a guy who has a big following that he mentioned this game, and that's how I learned about the game originally. And like, that would be so cool. Like if I could be like part of a community. Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. So the monsters weren't really summoned; they were kind of like they were people turned into them. Like I was saying about the exposure thing. Um, I'm like I would love to be like part of a community that builds a game up for like it to like continue like being like the Souls franchise is a good example. Like Demon Souls had a cult following, and like I was kind of in at the end of the life cycle before Demon Souls came out. Like I came in like the dead end. Like literally like I played it, and then like a month later Dark Souls was announced. So like, you know, it'd be cool to get on like, you know, in the like the midpoint of a game's life cycle and be like, oh yeah, hey guys, this game exists. You know, that sort of stuff. That's the sort of stuff I love the idea of being a part of. Because when I grew up, like I didn't really have many people who played video games around me. Like until the internet became a thing, I was like the only like I was like one of like a handful of people who played video games where I grew up. Because I grew up in like rural backwater nowhere, so you literally had to drive an hour to buy a computer, let alone like anything else. But yeah. Yeah. And that's what kind of makes the game feel like so alive. That like every single enemy in the game used to be a person. Like the skeletons, those are somebody's. That's somebody's skeleton. That's somebody's. That's somebody's ancestor. You know, this undead used to be a person with a backstory, and then they were turned into a zombie. Like they died and they were brought back as a zombie. They were kidnapped and brought back as a zombie. Like everybody here is somebody, regardless of what they are now. They were somebody as well, and it's just so rich. Well, it's also like even like well, there's still that's somebody's skeleton. That's like yeah, they weren't brought like their soul might have not been brought back, but that's still that skeleton used to be somebody. Yeah, you know, people were people's remains used to be actual people. Oh god, is this where I'm gonna find seven? I think you can find septons in this level. Well, okay. Let's just get shoes for Darren before I forget. Like, yeah, they're not people now. They're not people anymore, but they used to be people. Everybody in this game used to be people. And every enemy in this game used to be. Like, it was, they were, and one way or another. Okay, here's a good set of equipment. I don't think I need that though. Yeah. Give me a second. I need to check. Aaron's wearing nice pants. Nope. There we go. Yeah. There's some soul in that skeleton. But yeah, that would make sense if those things were soulless, or feed on souls. Ugh. God, I remember running around that area and like not being able to pay attention to anything because I was too busy like. Like by that point, I was so scared of dying, and I was just running around like a bat out of hell. Yeah. Well, more so replaces their flesh, if anything, or adds to it. Oh, there's the cobbler, the shoemaker. There's the sabatons, heavy shoes. Basically, thom mages. Ascended souls, yeah. Those are some nice shoes. Where are the sabatons? There's sabatons around here someplace. I like how I said I wanted to get to the portal as fast as possible, but then I'm just like, yeah, but... Boots. Boots. Cheers. Are you sabatons? Are you around here? Yeah. I mean, I don't really know. I'm not one of those people who's really good at deciphering this stuff, but I can see the themes. Yeah. Yeah, it could definitely be some sort of like other. Well, not otherworldly, but like other. What's the word? Yeah. Yeah, it could also be something that already exists, but not in the form that it's currently in now. It could have been modified to become worse than it originally was. So that can be a thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, it could have been something that was like brought about through magic, like brought to the world by magic. You're not wrong about that. So that might actually be an otherworldly creature then. Have I seriously not found sabatons? Where are they? I think they might have been spawned in the chest, which chests are randomly generated for the most part, not completely. So I'm also just trying to find like better gear before I end up having to leave the stream. Yeah. I mean, it might be something that was looking for us this entire time. It might be like a parasite that like it might be like an organic parasite that is looking for like living creatures to absorb their life essence and their like inner essence. I don't know. Could be anything. It scares me though, I can tell you that much. Yeah. Alright, I'm in this room again. God, I wish I knew where the map was in this area so I could orient myself rather than just like randomly running around. You're probably looking something up, I imagine. I don't have any of my previous saves. I straight up, well, straight up got rid of all my saves. Yeah. Oh, you mean the easy mode character? You mean the character that starts with like a sword rather than having to like piece together all the shitty gear? Yeah. Yeah, the starting note because you're not actually supposed to be there. Because you're just a proctor who's been sent to look around. Oh yeah, now we're over here now. Okay, so I accidentally got here. So let's see. There we go. I knew we had the armory key. So that's the question: is what do we have here now? Yeah. Yeah, other cities probably. God, yeah, maybe. Oh, a tipless sword. Oh. Let's take it. I actually really like swords designed like this, where they don't have the tip. Basically, it's just to, but like you... Oh my god, what if that thing is... What if that thing is like the Zerg? Or, like the Tyranids from 40k, where they're like... They've been going around devouring the souls of organic creatures this entire time. Or the Brother Moons. God damn, that whenever I think about that sort of thing, it's like, man, I really hope if we find out that aliens exist in, like, if there are other living things out there, that they're not evil, that they're not just monsters. I'm like, please don't be like sentient, like parasites looking for new hosts. Yeah, like imagine if these guys wanted to go for high fantasy. Like, holy shit. This is what they call low fantasy. Yeah. Oh god, that is so fast. I actually underestimated the speed of this sword, but it doesn't have a thrusting edge or a thrusting point. Oh, sorry, dude. Sorry, Darren. I apologize. How are we doing? Okay, he's still doing good. Well, yeah, I mean, like, every good game needs elements of every genre. Well, not overly elements, or of every genre, but they, like, a mix of, like, elements that just fit in the same world, but kind of feel out of place. As if it's sort of, like, different. Like a world where they discovered gunpowder in, like, the Bronze Age. And they're, like, shooting people with these, like, really shoddy, low-tech guns. That sort of thing. Which is very cool in some games that do that. Like Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud's really good for that, where they have, like, this, like, future world that's sort of like, is it dying? Are we the new people of the world and shit like that? Oh, some stuff has leaked of the map. Oh, that's cool. Darren. I love how Darren swings the spear. He freaking does this with a spear. Like, it's just an asshole. I need to get my man a sword, maybe, if he's gonna behave like that. God, wouldn't that be awesome if, like, halfway through the game, you in Sue Generis that have you pronounced the name? Sorry, I'm not gonna pronounce it, but like you realize that like yeah, like they oh yeah yeah, if you mean like if the infection from underground came to the surface, there wouldn't be any sort of there wouldn't be anywhere to yeah exactly they would need to get rid of the corruption exactly because they would basically be like entirely fucked. Yeah, there's no escape plan. It's actually really cool. That's the thing is that people don't realize that like oh the world only has one continent that makes it so less interesting. It's like well if you have one landmass that means a lot of things can like it causes problems that would normally have a solution. Like say a plague. In a plague you could just like oh we'll just take the uninfected people somewhere else. Oh yeah, I mean it was. I mean the way that it attacks, it's definitely more sentient than the undead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, is that the end? Is wait? Is there an ending in this game? Does Exanima have an ending now? Because when I played, it didn't have an ending. It's so it's they spoiled their own. They spoiled the ending of Exanima. Okay, no problem. It's super cool. Everybody's watching this and hoping for no spoilers because otherwise they're gonna be disappointed when you come in. Like, damn. Sort of just lost looking for the portal. It's gotta be somewhere. I mean, it's kind of a good problem to have considering it's hard. It would be hard to talk if I had to deal with floor 4. Wait a second. Wait a second. So, based on that information, our current character, assuming that he completes his mission, is the reason for. We basically are part of the problem. I mean, we're not that. We help poke the bear at the very least. Okay, here we are. On a treacherous world with a tortured history of the meager remnants of humanity live in awe of a misconceived past, haunted by forgotten gods in favor of the very ground they tread on. A vast, sprawling underworld, ever present below their feet. Dreadful demons lying in wait. Give me a second. I need to. I'll tab so I can read what you're saying. I need to fight a skeleton. Darren, we gotta move back. Okay, Darren, we gotta read. There's some lore, Darren. It's like, what the fuck do you mean there's lore? It's like, I mean, there's lore. Okay. baleful demons lying in wait. Thaumaturges, people with powerful psychic abilities, have abandoned their once benevolent nature, turning to cruel and dark activities in their quest for ultimate power. Awoken by impending threats, an abandoned and damaged being gives rise to its ancient weapons, who now walk amongst the people again. Sui Generis is set in a dark hostile, medieval, or medieval, medieval, sorry, my brain, world pervaded by intrigue and treachery. A completely original work evolved over many years. The Sui Generis universe is the product of many rare moments of inspiration. It encompasses a vast and rich history spanning aeons and galaxies, not as vague mythology, but actual chains of events leading to the current circumstances, or current situation. Same words. In Sui Generis, you will get a sense that everything is connected and exists for a reason. You won't just be fed the story in a cutscene or a book that you may never know the full story. You will enter a mysterious, unfamiliar world. You will learn its secrets. You will discover that nothing is what it appears. That's it. I think we die, and maybe Aaron and others escape. Oh my god. That sounds so cool. The idea that we're adding power to the corruption. Oh my god. Well, honestly, considering how I think we do learn this game. Well, we at least add fuel to the fire. Like we didn't start the fire, but we definitely added fuel to it because the other necromancers have opened. Everybody else has opened the portal and like maintained it. Yeah, we add fuel to the fire that adds what I can only assume is psychic abilities to an already powerful being, an already powerful weapon of mass destruction. So that is pretty cool. So what you're telling me is I should turn back now. Said I shouldn't go down and fight. Well, I'm not gonna fight Sir. Oh Jesus! They killed their gods and they couldn't face the corruptions they buried. Or at least they tried. They might have failed to completely kill them. This is what it sounds like. It sounds like they failed to completely kill the gods. Yeah. What is that thing? Okay, let's talk to Darren. That must be a portal. It's a means of travel, a doorway to another place, perhaps another world. Not really. Not really. I kind of well, I might have known at one point if it's like in the lore, but I haven't. I don't remember anymore. Oh yeah, I was gonna guess that there were souls, but yeah, maybe the corruption. Hope it just flesh. Yeah. God, what if that's the reason that the corruption was made? Was basically some of the flesh didn't just die. It's that it stayed alive despite losing its soul, and that's what it's trying to get back. Oh God, I couldn't finish the dialogue with Darren. Damn it. But what if the flesh wants its soul back? God damn, that's interesting. Oh god, yeah, isn't there a book that mentions that maybe we're the soul is actually us and we're controlling a bot, like rather than the soul and body being two things in one, that we're actually like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a book that mentions like we're souls, or like that our true being is our souls. Like if you were ascended being, you are just pure soul, you know, and maybe that's what humans used to be. Maybe that's what the gods are. I don't know. Sounds so cool. But yeah, I'm at the portal now, and I'm gonna explore around here, and then I'm gonna get. I got about half an hour. I can like, so I'm starting to cut it short. Every minute I play right now is another minute I can't eat. I can't spend getting ready. But I'm more than willing to continue this conversation for at least a little bit longer. Yeah, I intend to. We're currently in hell, like literally in hell. Uh, actually, watch it if you want. My friend Alex is the guy who streams it. I didn't really rant. I mean, I had it's great. I love having somebody else in here to talk to me. Yeah, yeah. I'll just get close to the portal and save. Yeah, actually. Uh, it should be in my links. I don't know where you find the links. Let me go to the channel. Oh god. Yeah, it's only me right now because somebody else previously told me I should get a Discord. Previously told me. Yeah, it's currently in my links, so you just like go there and it says about Calazard, and to the right, it's YouTube, Twitter, Discord. The Twitter's mostly me just like shit posting, or like just me like randomly posting. But yeah, I'm gonna get off now. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right, but yeah, I gotta go. See you around.